The following is a special presentation of Major League Baseball International. And welcome to MLB International's special presentation of Game 3 of the 2017 World Series, as tonight the National League Los Angeles Dodgers and the American League's Houston Astros switch venues. The series hits the Lone Star State for Game 3 tonight. And welcome inside the broadcast booth of Minute Maid Park with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian. The roof is closed. The ballpark's going to be loud. And this is an Astros fan base, Buck, that is waiting patiently for their first ever World Series title.
Yeah, this is a very excited crowd, obviously, and we know what happened with this area with the hurricane, but now baseball has helped them to overcome some of those disappointing times. The Astros won their first World Series game, the last game in Game 2 in LA, and they're pumped up for this game tonight.
The Astros have been a different story here at home in this postseason. They haven't lost in this building, and as much as home field advantage the past decade hadn't really amounted to much in baseball, this year's been a different story, and the Astros best personify that home field success.
Well, they sure do. They are 6-0 in the home games here in the postseason, and their pitchers have really pitched well. A 1.17 earned run average during the postseason, and of course they have hit much better in this ballpark. So it's going to be interesting because the guy they're opposing tonight, Yu Darvish, has pitched very well here at Minute Maid Park.
Players lining up for introductions. Let's send it to the Astros PA announcer Bob Ford.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's starting lineups for Game 3 of the World Series. First, for the Los Angeles Dodgers, please welcome their manager, number 30, Dave Roberts. Leading off in center field, number 3, Chris Taylor. Batting second at shortstop, number 5, Corey Seager. Batting third at third base, number 10, Justin Turner. Batting fourth at first base, number 35, Cody Bellinger. Batting fifth in right field, number 66, Yasiel Puig. Batting sixth at second base, number 11, Logan Forsythe. Batting seventh and catching in the bullpen, number 15, Austin Barnes. The designated hitter bats eighth, number 31, Jock Peterson. Batting ninth in left field, number 14, Kike Hernandez. And on the mound tonight for the Dodgers in the bullpen warming up, number 21, Yu Darvish. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's starting lineup for your Houston Astros. Please welcome the skipper of the Astros, number 14, A.J. Hinch. Leading off in center field, number 4, George Springer. Batting second at third base, number 2, Alex Bregman. Batting third at second base, number 27, Jose Altuve. The cleanup hitter at shortstop, number 1, Carlos Correa. Batting fifth at first base, number 10, Yuli Gurriel. Batting sixth in right field, number 22, Josh Reddick. The designated hitter bats seventh, number 11, Evan Gattis. Batting eighth in left field, number 9, Marwin Gonzalez. Batting ninth and catching in the bullpen, number 16, Brian McCann. And on the ninth for the Astros, number 43, Lance McCullers Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2017 American League champion, Houston Astros. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the presentation of our nation's colors. Our honor guard this evening, a joint force color guard composed of soldiers from all 5 military branches. And now to perform our anthem this evening, the Astros are happy to welcome back Master Sergeant Promise Harris with the Texas Air National Guard. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Sergeant Promise Harris, and our thanks.
A Texas-style opening to Game 3 of the World Series. We're back from Minute Maid Park with the starting lineups and opening pitch next. The Commissioner's Trophy, the crown jewel of Major League Baseball. 30 teams began a journey 7 months ago. The end goal, to hoist this silver sterling prize high in celebration. 2 clubs remain, seeking their place in the annals of history. Game 2 of the Fall Classic had a little bit of everything. Justin Verlander dominated early, but saw 2 mistake pitches reach the bleachers, putting a bitter end to his night. The always reliable Kenley Jansen finally faltered, blowing his first postseason save in 13 chances. The teams then traded extra innings heroics in the 10th. Altuve and Correa went back-to-back in the top half. Then Puig and Kike responded in kind to again draw the Dodgers even. But it was the struggling George Springer who would ultimately decide the outcome of this all-time October contest. The center fielder delivered a go-ahead 2-run blast in the 11th, putting the Astros on top for good by a 7-5 score. With things now evened up, the Astros return home to the comforts of Minute Maid Park. Lance McCullers looks to give his club the 2-1 series edge as he squares off with Yu Darvish in Game 3 of the 2017 World Series. And welcome back to Game 3 in Houston. Set for ceremonial first pitch honors is one of the most beloved athletes in state history. J.J. Watt of the Houston Texans, crutches and all. And considering the circumstance, not a bad start to the night. And as we get you geared up for baseball, it's worth revisiting the heroics and the history made in Los Angeles 2 nights ago in Game 2. Entering Game 2 of this World Series of 2017, there had been a total of 17 home runs hit in extra innings play in the World Series. There were 5 of them 2 nights ago, Buck, among the history-making efforts in Game 2.
A terrific game, and there was actually 2 games within 1 in Game 2 because it was a pitcher's domination early in the game, and after that, the Astros really turned things around. They came back and scored, but the Dodgers, they wouldn't be denied either. They scored 2 runs in the bottom of the 10th to tie it up. The Astros came back with 2 runs in the 11th, and even though the Dodgers kept coming back, they got a run in the bottom of the 11th. The Astros held on for that win, and I tell you what, I think if that's an indication of what the rest of this series is going to be about, we could be in for a historic World Series for sure.
It was the first ever Dodger loss this year when they had led after 8 innings. So the Astros coming back when it looked like they were just about down and out, a team with new life and a team that's back home for 3 games here, and home cooking has been terrific for the Houston Astros this postseason. They haven't lost at Minute Maid Park in the fall.
Now they sure haven't. You look at their record at 6-0 compared to 2-5 on the road. They didn't hit much on the road until that last game in LA. 276 during the postseason here at Minute Maid Park, scoring over 5 runs a game, and they have out-homered their opponents in this ballpark 10-2. So it's really been a dominant offense here in this ballpark during the postseason for the Astros.
Pre-game ceremonies continue here on the field. Craig Biggio, Astros Hall of Famer, out to present the first ball of the night. He's been very active philanthropically here with his Sunshine Kids Foundation. He's representing the Boys and Girls Club of Houston today. And Craig Biggio delivers the game ball as we get nearer to first pitch. So we saw it as we went on the air that one of the key blows in Game 2 came from an Astro who had struggled the night before, and until about halfway through Game 2 had continued to struggle, but George Springer swung the game-winning blow on Tuesday.
This is Game 1, and watch the swings against Kershaw in Game 1. He was swinging at everything and had an uppercut thinking about doing major damage. Well, he changed in Game 2, much more patient, much more selective, and he was able to stay on all the pitches. He hooks this ball just inside the bag at third for a double. But the biggest swing of the night, this opposite field, a home run with Cameron Maybin at second base. Just thinking about moving Maybin over, he gets a great at-bat, a game-winning home run to center field. And you can see he got off to a good start, went into a lull, but maybe this is what's going to get this Astros team turning around. George Springer went 3 for 5 in game 2.
Boy, those numbers reflect the ebbs and flows of the Astros lineup in general. Had a great offensive run in the division series win against the Red Sox. Quieter against the Yankees, though they were able to survive New York to get here. And it's been mixed results so far in 2 games in World Series play. George Springer leading off as per usual, the All-Star center fielder, ready to go back to work against a guy who he's had some success against in Dodger right-hander Yu Darvish. So lineup cards being exchanged at home plate. Jerry Davis, the crew chief, has balls and strikes tonight, and a guy who's been in Major League Baseball as an umpire for 34 years. He has been on more postseason crews than any umpire in Major League history.
6 World Series for Jerry Davis. He's got a very conservative strike zone, much like Paul Nard in game 2. So it's going to be interesting to see how the pitchers make adjustments as they throw borderline pitches that aren't going to be called strikes. So they're going to have to continue to try to pound the strike zone, make adjustments according to Jerry Davis's strike zone early in this ballgame.
We visited with both managers before the game. Dave Roberts said he was able to put the disappointing loss in game 2 behind him as soon as the plane got in the air. Understandable. His second year as Dodger manager, his second run through the postseason after a terrific career as a decade's worth of playing days for Dave Roberts. And he's really excited to be in Houston. This is where his father's family is from. And he's got a grandmother and some aunts and some family members that he doesn't get to see very often, who have come out to watch him manage the Dodgers in the World Series. And A.J. Hinch on the other side, on the home side for the Astros in his 3rd season in Houston. 7-year playing career, 11-8 in the postseason. And his winning percentage as an American League skipper, as you saw there on the screen, a 11-8 postseason record for A.J. Hinch. So we're almost ready for baseball here, and as has been the case throughout the postseason, game 1s always get off to a little bit of a pregnant start with the pregame pageantry. And then when the series shifts venues, the same thing can be said. So a little later than scheduled, the Astros taking the field at home. It's a team looking for its first home World Series win. Fall Classic's only been here once, Buck. In 2005, the Astros were swept by the Red Sox, so there is some business to accomplish tonight.
It sure is. You see Chris Taylor, who got their World Series off on a dramatic fashion with that leadoff home run in game 1.
And it is Chris Taylor leading things off for the Dodgers tonight. Taylor, Seager, and Turner off the top. Bellinger, Puig, and Forsythe 4 through 6. Austin Barnes catches, and Jock Peterson and Kike Hernandez swapped spots. Originally, they were penciled in left and at DH, but instead it's Peterson DHing tonight, and Kike Hernandez gets the spot in left.
Yasiel Puig has really calmed his approach down at the plate. He's reached base safely in 9 of 10 games this postseason to the tune of a .351 batting average. He's had 2 home runs driven in 7 runs. He's very calm, he's very patient, and he's making those pitchers throw strikes.
It is Lance McCullers on the mound in game 3, a first-year All-Star in 2017. 24-year-old former first-round pick, 7-4 during the regular season. As you take a look at his postseason numbers, last pitched in game 7 of the ALC, has 4 brilliant relief innings to earn an old-fashioned style save in which he allowed only 1 hit, walked just a single batter, struck out 6, and iced down an American League pennant.
Most unusual number about that save, he threw the last 24 pitches, they were all curveballs. And he's got a wicked curveball. It'll hit the upper 80s in velocity, but it's a hard breaking ball, and it's going to be something he'll feature a lot. He said, hey, it's my best pitch, and I'm going to use my best pitch.
So Chris Taylor ready to dig in and start things for the visiting Dodgers. Taylor, Seager, and Turner to open game 3. Taylor was hitless in game 2, homered in the opener.
A dramatic home run. He jumped on the first pitch. He saw it from Dallas Keuchel, and I mean, he hit it 9 miles into the pavilion in left field at Dodger Stadium.
Taylor digs in, and in front of a loud Texas crowd, we are ready to go. First pitch of the night misses down and away. There is not a lot of head-to-head experience in this Dodger lineup with Lance McCullers. Taylor, one of the Dodgers who's never seen him before. 5 Dodgers in the lineup getting their first looks at him in person tonight in the World Series. Fastball misses the corner, 2-0.
Couple of fastballs, and he will throw the breaking ball when he's behind. And as I said, he's got a lot of confidence in his ability to throw strikes with that hard curveball.
Three straight fastballs start tonight from McCullers. 2-1 to Chris Taylor. Seager and Turner to follow here in the top half of the first. 2 balls and a strike to start the evening. And it's to 3-1 now. Seager hit a 2-run home run against Justin Verlander in Game 2 that looked for quite a while as though it was going to be enough. Here's the 3-1 home. Taylor with a green light hits a fly ball out to shallow right for Josh Reddick. It's Altuve from second who makes the catch to start the ball game. So now Corey Seager, who has hit safely in both games to start the World Series. Couple of hits in Game 1, and again the 2-run home run against Justin Verlander in Game 2. Seager also getting a first-hand look at McCullers with a breaking ball. Starts him with a strike.
85 miles an hour, and that's not an off-speed pitch by any means. That's his hard curveball.
One hop to Altuve, who knocks it down, recovers, and still gets his man.
Both of these teams rely an awful lot on analytics, and they depend a lot on their analytics to set up the defense. And we have seen many of these hard hit balls hit into the shift. Altuve gets a glove on it, goes off his glove, but he stays with it and is able to recover in time to throw out Seager. Altuve's got a terrific arm, and you can see the stretch. And Seager, look how he reaches back to his back. That's a interesting sign for the Dodgers. Remember, Seager did not play in the National League Championship Series because of a bad back. He injured it in the Division Series.
Here's Justin Turner now as we look once again at Seager getting up the line. It did look like he hit the bag awkwardly, and the reaction certainly gives that away. That's a situation worth monitoring tonight. Here's the 1-0 home to Turner, and a breaking ball misses the corner. Justin Turner was held hitless in Game 2 after his game-winning 2-run home run in the opener. A pair of 2017 All-Stars squaring off in the first, and a breaking ball is in for a strike.
Obviously, there's a lot of video information these hitters can get and look at Lance McCullers, but until you see that breaking ball firsthand, you really don't have any idea how hard it is. It's a tough pitch. It is a pitch that really spins at a high rate, and because of that, you don't see an awful lot of seams coming out of his hand. And you might think initially that it's a fastball, and then it has late break.
With every aspect of every pitch tracked statistically, we know that Lance McCullers' curveball averages the highest velocity of anybody's curveball in baseball. That doesn't necessarily always lead to success with that pitch, however. Here's his 3-1 to Turner. A swing and a drive well hit out to right center field. Springer's on the move. He gets back there to make the catch in the deepest part of the park. A couple of well hit balls, but a 1-2-3 start to Game 3 for Lance McCullers. The Astros averaged better than 5 runs in home postseason games this year, and here's how A.J. Hinch lines them up for Game 3. Springer, Bregman, and Altuve off the top as per usual. Carlos Correa at shortstop batting cleanup. Yuli Gurriel and Josh Reddick bump up to the number 6 spot. Evan Gattis starts at DH. Marwin Gonzalez and Brian McCann rounded out.
See Jose Altuve's numbers at home during this postseason, hitting almost 600 with 5 homers and 8 RBIs. But it's a different story facing tonight's starter, Yu Darvish. Altuve has hit just .219 for his career against the Dodger right-hander Darvish.
It is the 4-time All-Star Yu Darvish on the mound for Los Angeles. His last 5 starts, including 2 wins against the Cubs in the NLCS, have been about as good a sample size as you could ever ask from for a guy who's accomplished a lot in his 5 years in the big leagues. His World Series start is underway with strike 1 to George Springer.
Because Darvish is pitching out of a stretch situation where he's trying to minimize the movement and stay in that strike zone more consistently.
Darvish is 0-1 home to Springer, backs him up, a ball and a strike. Springer 3 for 5 with the 2 RBIs on the home run. The game winner in Game 2 in Los Angeles. And speaking of home runs, take a look at the success he's had against Yu Darvish. Both of those home runs have been hit in the leadoff capacity, and they both came last year. Leadoff home runs have been an issue for Yu Darvish. He has allowed 10 of them in his career, and dating back to 2012, his first year in the States, that's the most allowed by any starting pitcher.
Yeah, we often talk about starters trying to get acclimated into the flow of the game, and he throws that fastball off the plate inside for ball 3. Check that. That's ball 3 there.
3 balls and a strike to count to George Springer to start the home first. Bregman and Altuve to follow. Darvish's last postseason start, Game 3 against the Cubs at Wrigley Field, was a dandy. Pitched into the 7th inning, allowed 1 earned run. 3-1 pitch, lined into right center field and into the gap. And George Springer is into second with a leadoff double.
We talked about Springer from Game 1 to Game 2, how he had made such a positive adjustment, targeting the center of the field, and it gets him off to a good start tonight. Takes that fastball away and doesn't try to hit it out of the ballpark, just stays on it and lines it to the alley in right center. This is when Springer is at his best, using the whole field, taking what the pitcher gives him, and he jumps on that Darvish fastball for a leadoff double.
You just got the sense by the way Game 2 finished that the Astros had clicked into gear. And a strong start against Yu Darvish would confirm that. This was the highest scoring lineup in baseball this year after all. Here's Alex Bregman now. Bregman sits safely in each of the 2 games in the Fall Classic, homering in the opener, 2 for 6 with an RBI in Game 2.
One of the best fastball hitters in this Astros lineup. But against right-handed pitching in the postseason, he's just 3 for 32. So Darvish is going to have to get that pitch away from him if he hopes to get Bregman out. Can't pound him inside. Underneath that cutter.
The splits that Buck was talking about, just 3 for 32 against right-handed pitching in this postseason. Jose Altuve waits next. He has been impossible to contain at home this fall. It's another one that stays up.
Yeah, this is another example of a pitcher battling adrenaline right here. He's underneath that cutter and it's pushing, staying in a dangerous spot. He's fortunate that it was too high to Bregman. He needs to get a little more out in front with his hand.
The 2-1 pitch is rocked up the line and fouled. You know, Darvish has had considerable success in this ballpark. 4-1 all-time in Houston with a 2.16 ERA. That's over 6 starts. And in fact, came up an eyelash away from a perfect game here a few years ago, as a Texas Ranger, Marwin Gonzalez, spoiled the party with a seeing eye single in the 9th inning that night. The 2-2 to Bregman.
We spoke to A.J. Hinch about Darvish's success here at Minute Maid Park, and he said it was a different Yu Darvish that they faced in those 6 starts than the way he's throwing right now. Hinch told us that Darvish used a lot of slow breaking balls. He threw splitters. He mixed up both pitches to both sides of the plate. Now Darvish has trimmed his arsenal down to fastball, cutter, and slider, and everything is hard. It's going to be interesting to see how the Astros handle that.
Yeah, Darvish has gone almost exclusively to the hard stuff in his last 5 starts. Bregman fouls away a slider that time.
That's a much better breaking ball. You can see he got it where he wanted it, down and away. The first 2 breaking balls in this at bat, he got underneath it, and they were cement mixers that stayed up in the zone.
So Bregman continues to battle a 2-ball, 2-strike count with Springer at second after his leadoff double. Dating back to the end of Game 2, it's 8 extra base hits in the Astros' last 4+ innings at the plate. The next 2-2 home.
Well, you mentioned how the Astros scored late. 8th, 9th, they scored single runs, 2 in the 10th and 2 in the 11th against maybe the best bullpen in baseball. That has to boost your confidence as a lineup.
4 fouled off pitches in this 2-strike count for Bregman. Here's the next, and that one's put in play for Justin Turner. They keep Correa, or Springer rather, in check and get Bregman at the bag for out number 1.
Bregman was trying to hit the ball on the right side of the infield, but that slower breaking ball is pulled to the third baseman, and Correa has to stay put.
So here's Jose Altuve. 2 hits so far in the World Series, including a home run in Game 2.
You mentioned Altuve's problems against Yu Darvish. A .219 batting average against Darvish with no home runs and no RBIs.
Darvish goes back to work with Springer still off second. His first offering to Jose Altuve is hit in the air out to center field. Taylor calling for it and making the catch. Springer will tag up and advance to third. Jose Altuve during the regular season was responsible for more one-pitch plate appearances than anybody else in baseball.
He's a free swinger, and he's a high ball hitter. He got that high breaking ball, but he hit it to a big part of this ballpark. They talk about this being a hitter's ballpark, but it's not. If you can keep the hitters in the big part of the diamond, it's 409 feet to straightaway center and about 415 to that alley just beyond the bullpen there in right center. It's a big ballpark if you keep the right-handed hitters from pulling it to the left field line.
Well, you make a good point as Carlos Correa digs in now with a runner at third and 2 gone, as we're welcoming an international audience into Minute Maid Park. And for some of you watching around the world for the first time, we understand this ballpark was built in 2000. It has changed a bit since it opened nearly 20 years ago. But the perception that it's a hitter's park comes from the Crawford boxes in left that you see that extend out. A 19-foot high wall out there that goes to 25 feet in left center, and that center field dimension used to be a lot more difficult to reach. We'll explain that in a moment. Here's the 0-1 pitch on its way home to Carlos Correa. Swings through it. There used to be an extension out there in center field and a post and a hill that was in play. It was called Tal's Hill in honor of Tal Smith, the longtime baseball executive, who thought a funky affectation of the ballpark would be kind of neat. Well, it existed for the first 16 years of this ballpark's history. They took it out for 2017 and nobody's complained. It was cool, but it was time to get rid of it, said the Astros.
Yeah, the flagpole was actually in play in center field, but it was so far away it never really factored in too often. But I like what they have done here. They've improved the hitter's backdrop as well.
Correa behind, 0-2. Yeah, it used to be 436 feet to straightaway center field here. I mean, it was as close to the old Polo Grounds in New York as a modern ballpark's ever come.
This last pitch, 98 miles an hour from Darvish, and this is how he has put together this great late season run for the Dodgers, staying with all that hard stuff.
And the 1-2 is bounced up the middle. Seager's got it and throws him out, and the leadoff double is left stranded in the bottom of the first. A scoreless game as we move to the second, where Yasiel Puig will bat second. Bellinger, Puig, and Forsythe in a scoreless start to Game 3. Roof closed at Minute Maid Park for games 4 and 5. It remains to be seen, but there was an expectation of light rain in the area tonight. We all knew what we were headed for. And when you talk about the roof configuration here, A.J. Hinch told us before the game, most unusually, everybody prefers the thing be closed. Hitters complain sometimes in ballparks when it's closed. Pitchers complain sometimes in ballparks when it's open. But there is universal agreement among the Astros, at least, between pitchers and hitters alike, that they like the roof closed here.
Yeah, you see the roof open during the regular season, just 14 games, but when it's open, the wind has a tendency to circle around, and it's really unpredictable. I think both the pitchers and the hitters like it when it's closed, and there's this constant atmosphere here inside this ballpark.
Cody Bellinger leads things off in the Dodgers half of the second. Bellinger, Puig, and Forsythe against Lance McCullers. Cody looking for his first hit in World Series play. And a breaking ball is in for strike. There is still a little bit of a wait and see around what Lance McCullers is going to do tonight, because as good as he was in relief closing out the ALCS, as he gets Bellinger to swing and miss. McCullers was not at his best at the end of the regular season. An 8.53 ERA, an opponent's OPS over 900 over his final 7 regular season starts.
There's that good breaking ball that's down and in the left-handed hitter, and normally you think lefties have a chance against a right-handed starter, but that's not the case. He has reverse splits. Lefties hitting just .231 against McCullers.
Yasiel Puig is a 1-pitch casualty, and there are 2 gone in the second.
Take a look at the defense for Houston. A couple of Gold Glovers on the right side, Altuve and Reddick. Reddick's got a terrific arm in right. Brian McCann is back behind the plate with Lance McCullers on the mound. And McCann becomes very important because there are so many breaking balls thrown. Once you start getting base runners on extra 90 feet on pass balls and wild pitches become very important.
2 outs on 4 pitches for McCullers to start the second. Here's Logan Forsythe now. He entered the game as a non-starter in game 2 and drew a walk. 0 for 2 in the opener at Dodger Stadium. You know, back to McCullers, and part of the clunkiness down the stretch for him, at least in his mind, was in regards to health, as Forsythe's aboard on the Dodgers' first hit of the game. 3 separate DL stints during the season for Lance McCullers. Twice for back discomfort, and then missed 2+ weeks in September with elbow fatigue. So if you're going to look at the down the stretch numbers, that has to be taken into consideration.
No question about it. You miss that much time, it's going to take you a while to get back into the flow of things. Your timing, your feel, your release point, they're all going to have some innings under their belt before you can really count on them being consistent.
There's the catcher Austin Barnes now, 0 for 4 in game 2, had a base hit in the opener. Left-handed power threat Jock Peterson, who homered in game 2, waits on deck should Barnes keep the second inning going. That's Forsythe off the bag at first. And a fastball just misses.
I told you at the top of the show that the home plate umpire, the veteran Jerry Davis, has a very conservative strike zone. He's going to make you throw it over. It's just off the plate outside, and Jerry Davis had a good look at it and didn't like it.
Barnes fooled badly on the curveball that time, and it's 2-1. We were talking about how just because Lance McCullers throws the firmest curveball in the league, it doesn't necessarily translate into constant success with that pitch. And there's a chopper foul.
McCann got some dirt in his eye when that ball hit the dirt, kicked up, quickly reacted. Got a big piece of dirt in his eye, cleaned it out quickly though.
Fans making a little noise behind their starter to get through the side here in the second. Runner goes. The 2-2 misses, and no throw down on Forsythe, who steals the bag.
I think McCann thought that was a strike. He didn't really come out firing. He looked like he received it thinking it was going to be strike 3 and didn't think about making a throw. A little bit hesitant. He really received it as if he thought it was a strike.
So now the Dodgers have Forsythe in scoring position for Barnes. Payoff pitch. On the ground at third for Bregman. And just because you can sit on a curveball doesn't mean you're going to hit it with success. didn't know the yacker was coming. It leads to a ground out to retire the side and strand the Dodgers' first base runner of the game. In the early stages of Game 3, as we welcome you back to Major League Baseball International special presentation of the 2017 World Series with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian at Minute Maid Park in Houston, where Yu Darvish has been able to strand a leadoff double and do his part in keeping this scoreless tie afloat. Last of the second inning for Yuli Gurriel, Josh Reddick, and Evan Gattis.
5 straight first pitch strikes from Yu Darvish. Getting ahead of this Astros lineup is crucial.
Gurriel doubled in Game 2 after a hitless opener in World Series play. Altogether, Yuli Gurriel has had a terrific postseason, despite the 1-for-7 to start the Fall Classic. A ball and a strike to him, leading things off in the second inning. Look out. I don't know how that one didn't hit him.
Really becomes an effective pitch, even if it did get away from Darvish, because it pushes Gurriel off the plate inside. That buys Darvish an extra 4 or 5 inches on the outside part of the plate with his fastball and his slider.
Two-one to Gurriel, hit well into left field and gone! That's the short way out of here, just 315 feet into the corner, and it's 1-0 Astros.
First postseason home run for Gurriel, and it was our line drive into the Crawford boxes. Instead of going away with the pitch, trying to keep Gurriel in the big part of this ballpark, Darvish tried to sneak one by him inside, and he was all over it.
Here's Josh Reddick now, who takes a breaking ball for a strike.
Right on the inside corner. He is so quick. It was 95 miles an hour, and boy, he threw the head at that ball and hammers it deep to left.
And Reddick has extra bases into left field.
Reddick's first extra base hit of the postseason. An opposite field double against the shift. Turner over near shortstop, and Reddick stays on that fastball. Reddick hit .314 during the regular season. He's a good hitter. Jumps on that high fastball, and once it's down, it's 2 for sure.
Only 2 players had a longer extra base hit postseason drought in the American League. 53 plate appearances coming into tonight. That was his first extra base hit. And now it's Evan Gattis with a chance to knock him in.
Gattis gets the nod at DH tonight because, in A.J. Hinch's words, he's a threat to do some damage.
2 balls and no strikes from Darvish. Well, the last time Yu Darvish pitched in this ballpark in June as a Ranger, he limited Houston to just 1 run over 7 innings. The Astros have matched that productivity against him so far tonight in an inning plus.
Threw 103 pitches in that start and pick up the win in a 6-1 win for the Texas Rangers.
2-0 breaking balls in for a strike to Gattis.
Gattis is 1 for 7 against Yu Darvish.
Reddick at second. Homer double starts the inning for Houston. Speaking of the homer, as Gattis lays off a ball, LA has now allowed at least 1 home run in all 11 of their postseason games this year. And that's the guilty party. The 3-1 to Gattis. And it'll be a full count. I guess the good news for the Dodgers in terms of the home run story in the postseason is they've hit a bunch of them too. In fact, LA has both hit and allowed at least 1 homer in each of their last 8 straight.
The Dodgers have also hit multiple home runs in 5 straight games.
No one thinks that this game is going to end 1-0. Believe me. Darvish out of the stretch again, and Gattis is on that fastball, just fouled it back. Gattis just looks like the kind of fella that's going to do damage to a fastball.
Looks like a DH, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Started his career with the Atlanta Braves. Didn't come up until he was 26 years old back in 2013.
And Darvish loses him on ball 4. He walked only 1 in his last start, game 3 of the NLCS at Wrigley Field. Homer double walk starts the 2nd inning tonight.
This is interesting as the infield converges on the mound, and it's the manager that comes out, not the pitching coach. Dave Roberts instead of Rick Honeycutt. Nobody out here, and it's been kind of a long inning already. Home run double walk issued by Darvish. And Roberts is always upbeat and encouraging, and he's coming out to the mound to deliver that message up front and personal.
So here's Marwin Gonzalez now. Gonzalez hit the big home run that tied the game in Los Angeles in Game 2. His one and only World Series hit thus far.
And for that hit, the team awarded him that wrestler's belt, the player of the game belt. It was an 0-2 home run off Kenley Jansen.
Reddick and Gaddis aboard. Yeah, Josh Reddick is the guy that brought the WWE culture to the Astros clubhouse. He is an unapologetic fan of professional wrestling.
He's brought a lot of swagger to this team. He's brought a presence into the clubhouse. Something that A.J. Hinch felt was missing last year.
1-0 to Gonzalez. A swing and a pop that'll get out of play. A ball and a strike. Let's take you back to Game 2 in Los Angeles 2 nights ago. Astros down to a chip and a chair, as they say in poker parlance. And Marwin Gonzalez struck to tie the game and send the Astros to an eventual thrilling extra innings win.
It was a stunned Dodger Stadium at that point because of the dominance of Kenley Jansen. You don't have to have many hits, you just have to have big ones.
Oh, Gonzalez tried to bunt his way aboard. It's a ball and 2 strikes. This is where Darvish has been particularly tough in the postseason, as you take a look at Gonzalez trying to use the element of surprise. Entering tonight, batters are just 1 for 22 against Yu Darvish in 2 strike counts. Well, he had to work hard to get out of that first inning situation after the leadoff double. Homer double walk here, still looking for his first out. These have been stress pitches from the gate for Darvish tonight.
And there's some confusion now between Darvish and Barnes as to this next pitch. Seager's going to come in and get involved in the conversation. But Darvish has stepped off a couple of different times after Barnes offered his thoughts about the next pitch, and Darvish didn't like either one of them.
Again, Reddick and Gaddis aboard with nobody out. The Gurriel home run starts the scoring tonight. 1-2 to Gonzalez is hit well out to left center field. Taylor back. That one's got a chance. Taylor leaps and can't make the catch. Hernandez brings it in on a bounce. Reddick brings in a score, and it's 2-0 Houston. That's one of the longest singles you'll ever see.
That cutter didn't get inside far enough, and it's not unlike the ball he had out of the ballpark in Dodger Stadium. Drives it to the power alley in left center. Kike Hernandez does a terrific job of backing up the play, and he holds Gaddis as Gaddis was in between. He's got to be able to advance, but he was too close to second.
There's Brian McCann now. So the funky dimensions of Minute Maid Park taketh and giveth away in the same inning. That home run off the bat of Gurriel got out in the short part where the wall's 19 feet high. But out there where that one was hit, that last drive from Marwin Gonzalez, it's a 25-foot high wall. Another ballpark, that one has a chance to get out.
Yeah, it's not very deep out there. You can see the 362 mark in front of that Dodger bullpen.
Here's the 1-1 to McCann. And another 2-strike count for Darvish.
He made a mistake to Gonzalez with 2 strikes because he didn't get the breaking ball. He hit tight enough. Left it out over the plate, and he paid the price. An RBI single for Marwin Gonzalez.
20 pitches this inning from Yu Darvish. He is yet to record an out here in the second.
Great effort by Taylor, but it's beyond his reach. And as we mentioned, Kike Hernandez did a terrific job of backing up the play to keep Gaddis from advancing any further than second.
And it's still a ball and 2 strikes on Brian McCann. Yu Darvish has been unable to finish a couple of these 2-strike counts so far tonight.
And this is really interesting because we talked about how dominant Darvish has been in this ballpark, but he has changed his approach. Everything is hard tonight, and the Astros are all over him. He was 4-1 prior to this game tonight in this ballpark with a 2.16 earned run average, but he was a much different pitcher that put up those numbers. Everything is firm now, and the Astros seem to be on it.
McCann hanging around on 2-1, and it's now 2-2. I mean, we're talking about a guy here in Yu Darvish whose career strikeout to walk ratio in the postseason is one of the highest in postseason history. Averaging 11 strikeouts per 9, tops all time among starters with at least 100 assignments. And McCann will do some damage. That flares into right center. Gaddis is coming around. Puig's throw to the plate's too late. 3-0 Houston. And still nobody out.
Brian McCann is 0 for 21 on the road in this postseason. But you get him back in this ballpark at home at Minute Maid, and he's a run producer. He didn't scorch that ball, but he hit it over the second baseman into right to pick up another RBI. Off the end of the bat, he stayed on it. Darvish, as you mentioned, had not yielded much with 2 strikes. It's a different story. He's made mistakes to Gonzalez and to McCann.
And the Astros doing a great job staying alive in these counts. First time through the lineup, they have fouled off 12 pitches. Springer's moved off the plate with a breaking ball. Springer doubled in the first to start the ball game, and then was left stranded as Darvish came back to get Bregman, Altuve, and Correa. Kenta Maeda is up a lot sooner than anybody could have ever imagined. Another breaking ball backs off Springer.
This is when your pitching coach would just wish that Darvish could slow things down, but things have sped up on him here in the second inning.
Gonzalez has one of the 2 RBI hits this inning. The next pitch to Springer's in for a strike. Two-one to Springer, line to second. Forsythe has it. for a big exhale on the first out of the inning.
Another good at bat for George Springer because he's staying in the big part of the field. He got big in game 1 and struck out 4 times. In game 2, he walked in his first at bat and he's been on everything since. This is a bullet hit right to Forsythe at second. He stays right there. He's going to be a very tough out for the Dodgers.
So now Alex Bregman, who grounded out to Justin Turner in the first, if he meaning Darvish, can dial up another ground ball here, he can put an end to what has been a troubling 3-run inning. Instead, Bregman lines it into center field. Taylor makes the catch. Tagging at third as Gonzalez throws up the line. 4-0 Houston. Alex Bregman has an RBI in all 3 games of the series so far.
Gonzalez goes back immediately when that ball is hit to center, and that allows him to score on this sac fly. The Astros are very good fundamentally. They run the bases very well. Any hesitation in one step toward home before he goes back, he might have been thrown out.
Jose Altuve will be the 8th Astro to bat in the inning. A 30-pitch inning from Darvish. And a fastball backs him up.
Well, the Astros have certainly carried their momentum from game 2 into game 3. 7 runs on 14 hits in the extra inning win in game 2. And they are swinging it early tonight.
Altuve to left and off the wall. McCann to third. You, Darvish, ain't fooling anybody tonight.
The Dodgers got to make a change, I believe. Second and third. They just can't afford to give up 2 more runs, and they're going to make a pitching change, a very surprising one here in the second.
Darvish unable to complete 2 innings. This was an Astros lineup that didn't do a whole lot of scoring in the first 3 innings of any of their postseason games. But they are off to a big early start tonight. Well, Jose Altuve's double, the final blow to Yu Darvish tonight.
The Astros were on everything Darvish offered tonight. Everything was hard, and they were all over it. That's a cutter that he threw to Altuve, who hammers it off the wall for Altuve. That's only his 8th career hit and first extra base hit against Darvish. What a difference for the Astros. First 16 innings, just 1 extra base hit. In the last 6 innings, they have scored 10 runs with 11 extra base hits.
So now it's Carlos Correa, the 9th Astro to bat in the inning, and the first to face the reliever right-hander Kenta Maeda, who appeared in Game 2 out of the bullpen for the Dodgers and threw 20 pitches in that relief stint. Maeda's been very good in the postseason so far.
He gave up 1 hit in an inning and a third in that outing in Game 2. And he has really stepped up his game coming out of the bullpen late in the season.
And Correa sends a fly ball out to right center that should end the inning. 2 left stranded, but 4 score in a 24-minute, 9-batter second. The Astros off and running in Game 3 with a 4-0 lead. Welcome back to Houston. A 4-0 lead for the Astros. An Astros lineup that erupts in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Be back here tomorrow night, Sunday night, for games 4 and 5. And a 4-0 lead for Lance McCullers, who has given up just a lone base hit so far. He struck out a batter in his 2 innings of work. We'll welcome you back inside Minute Maid Park. Roof closed, the joints loud, and the home team with a 4-0 lead. Jock Peterson will lead things off in the visitors' 3rd. Peterson, Hernandez, and then top of the order, Chris Taylor. This is where Lance McCullers has been extremely tough against left-handed hitters this postseason. In fact, going back to his postseason debut in 2015, lefties just 3 for 33, 3 singles against McCullers in the postseason. Missed with a breaking ball, and it's 2-0.
Dave Roberts was very aware of that when he constructed this lineup. He has Forsythe at second. Kike Hernandez is in left field, and he opted to put Jock Peterson in the DA spot. Initially, Peterson was in left, but then the manager had second thoughts and made the switch.
2 balls and a strike to count to Jock Peterson, who homered in Game 2. And it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Let's take you back to Peterson's dinger in Game 2 in LA against Justin Verlander.
It's a breaking ball. You can see it's about belt high out over the middle of the plate, and he drilled it to center field. And Peterson got the starting nod from the manager, and he hadn't played a lot. There was some thought that he might not even be on the roster for the World Series, but he rewarded his manager with the confidence. Hit that home run in the 5th inning. That tied it up at 1-1.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. So into the bottom of the order, and Jock Peterson DHing tonight. We talked yesterday or 2 nights ago about how the DH really had not impacted the postseason this year. Two balls and 2 strikes on the Dodgers DH tonight. No DH from a National League team has homered in a World Series since 2010. Aubrey Huff, then of the Giants, in Game 4 against the Rangers in Arlington, was the last National League DH to go deep in a series game. What do you want to bet he throws him, either a curveball or a fastball? I mean,
50-50.
Right, it's take your chances. That's what he's done. It's curveball, fastball, and he throws that breaking pitch, as we talked about, 50% of the time. A stunning finish to Game 7 of the ALCS. 24 straight curveballs, as you brought up earlier.
Yeah, and it's a hard breaking ball. It's a spike curveball where he puts his index finger on the seam and really extends his middle finger along that long seam of the baseball. And he generates a terrific amount of spin on that breaking ball, and that's what creates that late bite.
This will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat to Jock Peterson. So every comeback starts somewhere, and perhaps for the Dodgers in this case with a long plate appearance. And he lost him on ball 4. Leadoff walk.
But it's important for any starting pitcher to put up a 0 after your team has scored. The Astros scored 4 in the bottom of the 2nd, and now McCullers walks the leadoff man. It's just a little bit of encouragement to the Dodgers offense. Don't forget about the Dodgers being a great comeback team. They had 47 comeback wins this season, tied with the Angels for the most in the major leagues. They don't have a lot of give up in their lineup either.
2 guys that throw the curveball more frequently than anybody else in this series. Rich Hill of the Dodgers, who went Game 2, and Lance McCullers of the Astros on the mound tonight. Kike Hernandez had the big RBI single that tied the game in extra innings in Game 2. He's hit safely in both games of the Fall Classic so far. LA's second base runner of the night is Jock Peterson at first, and there's a fastball that misses. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Bear in mind, again, it was a long inning. Lance McCullers sat around for 25 minutes. He's fallen behind each of the first 2 hitters that have faced him here, 2-0.
Yeah, he has not had a lot of first pitch strikes early in this ball game. And give the hitters a little more information with every ball you throw. And now that's going to get a visit from his catcher. Brian McCann goes out after that last ball, ball 3 to Kike Hernandez. I think we've learned already in this series you can't make any early game assumptions about the outcome of the game. Both of these teams won 100 games in the regular season, and nobody's going to concede
And the Dodgers have battled back a lot this year, along with the Angels. 47 come from behind wins, the most in baseball. Here's the 3-0 to Kike Hernandez, and it's a 4-pitch walk.
Here comes Brent Strom, the pitching coach for the Astros. And he's out here just to try to help McCullers get back in the strike zone. Both of these pitching coaches, Rick Honeycutt for the Dodgers and Brent Strom for the Astros, a lot of experience. Here's a pitching coach for Houston in '96, Kansas City 2000 and 2001, back here for his second stint in 2014. He's a very knowledgeable guy. He's pitched, he's coached, he understands the pitcher's mentality, just like Rick Honeycutt. There aren't a whole lot of easy outs in a World Series.
6 straight balls by Lance McCullers draws the visit from his pitching coach, and now it's Chris Taylor.
He better throw a good pitch on this first pitch. Taylor was locked and loaded to jump all over that pitch had it been a strike.
7 straight balls now from McCullers. Taylor, the first of the 12 players that have hit a home run in this World Series. 12 players. We're only in Game 3.
A lot of stirring down in that Astros bullpen. There might be an early phone call to that pen as well.
A ball and no strikes to Taylor. By the way, there have never been more than 13 players to hit a home run in any one single World Series. That happened in 1953. Already this year, 12 different players have gone deep. And that promises to be another home run record that this Fall Classic will reset. 1-1 to Taylor, misses high and away. 2 balls and a strike.
That '53 World Series was between the Yankees and the Brooklyn Dodgers. And the names of those players that hit home runs in that, including Mickey Mantle, Billy Martin, Yogi Berra, Gene Woodling, Jim Gilliam, Roy Campanella, Carl Furillo, and Gil Hodges.
It's like a Hall of Fame roll call. Here's the 2-1 to Taylor. Missed with a curveball, and Lance McCullers really having a hard time locating here all of a sudden in the third.
But it's always imperative to get the bottom of your order on base to turn the lineup over to the big bats in the top of the order. And the Dodgers have a lot of big bats.
Let's see if Taylor makes him throw a strike. He swings and fouls it away. So Taylor staying aggressive. It'll be a full count now.
McCullers called out McCann after that big swing from Taylor, just to give him his thoughts about this next pitch.
Back-to-back walks open the third. Astros gave McCullers a 4-0 lead in the last half inning. Here's his payoff pitch. Backed him up and missed with another breaking ball, and the bases are loaded with nobody out. And that Astros bullpen is getting hot in a hurry.
He goes with the breaking ball, and Taylor does a good job of laying off of it. It's off the plate inside. 3 straight walks by McCullers, and the Dodgers are right back in this game. Boy, there's a lot of emotional swings so far in this World Series. Ups and downs for everybody.
And that's Brad Peacock, who is up early for the Astros tonight. So now Corey Seager, who lays off a fastball, the ball to no strikes. Swings at a good breaking ball that time, 1-1. McCullers in the division series against the Red Sox had a 3-inning start in which he allowed 2 runs, and the reins were not very long with him that night. And you get the sense that they might be even tighter tonight with bigger stakes. Seager bounces it to first. Gurriel to second for 1. The relay back to first. The double play. A run does score, but the Astros will gladly trade the run for a pair of outs.
Well, Gurriel does a terrific job of giving ground on that ground ball and makes a strong throw to second to start the double play.
We're going to take a look at this again to see if, in fact, McCullers came off the bag. The call was out by Laz Diaz. We are awaiting Dave Roberts' decision to see if he'll challenge. It's going to be awfully tough to tell from that look. Seager convinced that McCullers came off the bag.
Well, he's got the best vantage point, obviously, running there, but they're not going to challenge it.
Yep.
So what a big double play for Houston.
No RBI credited to Seager on the play. The run does score. It's a 4-1 game now for Justin Turner with 2 out, a run in, and a man at third. 3 straight walks, bases loaded, nobody out. McCullers has a chance to minimize the damage at just a run and maybe lengthen his night. Pretty clear that McCullers made the play while on the bag.
Yeah, he was up against it with his foot, and then after he caught the ball, his momentum pulled him off the bag, but it was after the fact.
Turner flied to deep center in his first try tonight. Boy, balking all the way down the line was Kike Hernandez. He was halfway to the plate.
Bregman is deep at third base, so Hernandez can get a walking lead, and then he broke for home. Came about a third of the way down, but didn't affect McCullers one bit. There's the break. He is almost halfway down the line, but McCullers delivers a good pitch to Turner.
Here's the 1-1. Cody Bellinger waits on deck for Los Angeles. Turner was conspicuously quiet in game 2, 0 for 5. 2-2.
But he leads the Dodgers with 14 postseason RBIs. It started on the plate and broke off the plate, and McCullers gets Turner to chase.
And Turner wraps it to shortstop. But a big bounce back inning that is for Lance McCullers, considering he walked the bases loaded, only 1 in the LA third. Big opportunity for the Dodgers in that third inning rather. They get the bases loaded with a series of 3 straight walks. She had settled with only 1 run to make it a 4-1 ball game here in the last of the third.
McCullers did a heck of a job of getting the double play, and then after the inning, Brent Strom is talking to the bullpen, and McCullers comes over, and then they pass the phone to McCullers. Somebody down in the bullpen, probably the bullpen coach, Craig Bjornson, had something to say to McCullers, and then Alex Cora also talking about what a job he did to walk the bases loaded and never lose his focus, and then come back and get out of it, yielding just a single run to the Dodgers.
Kenta Maeda came into the ballgame in the second for LA and got the final out in a 4-run inning. He'll continue here in the third, and he'll face the same trio that started the trouble for Darvish in the second: Gurriel, Reddick, and Gaddis. By the way, back to Darvish, 135 career starts. He had never gone as short as he went tonight, just an inning and 2/3. And here's Maeda's first offering home to Gurriel. It's in for a strike.
Well, and it's such a surprise because he had been throwing the ball so well going back into the end of the regular season. Dave Roberts told us, he said, I can't believe how well he's thrown in his last 5 starts. A different case tonight.
A ball and a strike to Yuli Gurriel. Well, in Maeda, Dave Roberts has a guy who's capable of giving him some length, and as long as he's able to fade base runners, Maeda has an opportunity to stick around for a few innings, maybe even turn into the pitcher of record should LA come back tonight. Gurriel waves at a slider, and it's 1-2.
Well, Maeda has been nearly perfect against right-handed hitters working out of the bullpen in the postseason. Mentioned he pitched an inning and a third in game 2 and gave up just 1 hit. So it's going to be interesting to see how consistent he can remain throwing strikes.
A little bit of that Rich Hill field goal finish there on that last 2-strike pitch.
Maeda gave up a leadoff single to Carlos Correa in the 6th inning. Got Gurriel to pop out in foul territory, and then Watson came in and got a double play to get him out of it.
Well, Maeda's been real good against right-handed hitting, and Gurriel's been great against right-handed pitching. Let's see what gives here. The 1-2, and Gurriel pops it up, way up. Sean Berry territory.
Where they wanted to pitch him exactly. Fastball upstairs, and he gets him to pop up. Second time Maeda has popped up Gurriel to retire him.
So now Reddick, who doubled and scored in the 4-run second. And for Josh Reddick, that was just his 4th postseason hit against a right-handed pitcher. A reverse splits for him in the postseason. Had a real good line against southpaws. There's a breaking ball in the outside corner that starts him 0-1. And Josh kind of says, yeah, that was a good pitch. Glad I laid off it. Takes his chances at the fastball and pops it up. Two gone.
Maeda's velocity has ticked up a couple miles an hour since he's moved to the bullpen, and that high fastball, these Astros hitters, the first 2 in this inning, haven't been able to get on top of it. They both popped up on the infield.
There's Evan Gaddis now with 2 out and the base is empty. 6 of the first 8 runs the Astros scored in this series had come via the home run ball. Their 4-run rally in the second, a solo home run, RBI singles by Gonzalez and McCann, and then the sac fly by Bregman. 0-1 the count to Evan Gaddis. You know, you start to wonder now, because Darvish couldn't get through 2, about the additional options Dave Roberts may have in bringing him back to pitch again in the series. And it's a ball and 2 strikes to Gaddis.
In our conversation with Dave Roberts, we asked about Alex Wood, and he said Wood is going to start tomorrow, and there was some speculation that maybe Wood would pitch in relief in this game, and he went down into the bullpen in game 2 in extra innings, and he came to the manager and said, hey, I'll go down there in case you need me. Well, Brandon McCarthy gave up the home run to Springer, and he didn't have to pitch, but he is the scheduled starter for tomorrow. And you're right, you look at Kenley Jansen, he's only going to pitch 1 inning tonight.
Yeah.
He threw 29 pitches in game 2. Maeda threw 25 pitches. Even Brandon McCarthy, he threw 21 pitches in his 1 inning of work.
49 pitches tonight from Darvish, and getting only an inning and 2/3 deep. And it's a full count now. 3 balls and 2 strikes to Evan Gaddis. A well-located slider that Maeda wanted him to chum at, and then he missed down low by design with a fastball. So we'll see what happens here on 3-2 with Marwin Gonzalez waiting next. Cutter just missed the corner. I'm guessing slider. And I'd have been wrong.
Pulled the fastball way out of the strike zone, 94, but well off the plate.
A pair of walks on Evan Gaddis's line tonight. Now Marwin Gonzalez, who singled in 1 of the 4 runs in the second. The Astros RBI leader during the regular season. Not a bad body of work for a guy who's still considered a utility player somehow.
Yeah, he is. He can play all over the diamond. Infield, outfield, doesn't make any difference. But it's really interesting. Both of these teams won 100 games during the regular season. Neither one of them has a 100 RBI batter. Good balanced lineups on both sides.
As you can tell, they'll put him anywhere.
Maeda has been used exclusively against right-handed hitters. The at-bat by Reddick in this inning was only the second left-handed hitter to face Maeda in the postseason. They have stacked the lineups in such a way that when he comes in, generally he's only facing right-handers, but it's a different story now as he deals with the switch-hitting Gonzalez.
2 balls and no strikes, the count to Gonzalez, with McCann waiting on deck. Two and 1. Consider that Marwin Gonzalez, over a 4-year period, entered the season with 134 career RBIs. This year, 90, again to lead the team. And that breaking ball misses outside. It's 3 balls and a strike.
There you see the career splits that Matt was talking about. In his previous 516 games, he'd driven in 134. This year, in 134 games, he led the team with 90 ribbies.
3 balls and a strike from Maeda. Gaddis aboard after the 2-out walk in a 4-1 Astros lead. And there's a strike. It straightens up Gonzalez. He thought he was aboard on ball 4.
That breaking ball catches the outside corner. 86 with the cutter. Right over the outside corner.
Take a look at that one again in the video room, Marwin. I think you'll take back the protest. Pretty good pitch. know, in the American League Championship Series against the New York Yankees, the Astros outfielders were not particularly productive at the plate. Gonzalez, Reddick among the guilty parties. 7 games in that ALCS, and the outfielders combined to hit 110. It's been a little different story here.
Yeah, and at the start of this World Series, the 3 outfielders, Gonzalez, Springer, and Reddick, had driven in a total of 6 runs in the postseason.
It's a big hat. It's funnier than a regular hat. Giddy up. Gaddis runs, and Gonzalez puts it in play for Bellinger to retire the side on behalf of Kenta Maeda. Through 3, still 4-1 Houston. And welcome back inside Minute Maid Park in a 4-1 Astros lead. Lance McCullers will go back to work here for the Houston Astros. He was able to fade a tight spot in the 3rd, walked the bases loaded, then got a double play ball and a ground out to concede only a single score. Here in the 4th, he'll get Bellinger, Puig, and Forsythe, the 4, 5, 6 part of Dave Roberts' order. Bellinger, a strikeout victim back in the 2nd, the only strikeout of the game so far for Lance McCullers.
A 3-pitch strikeout. He threw him 3 good breaking balls.
And he starts him with a strike here. Well, we talked about how good McCullers has been in the postseason against left-handed hitting. Again, a refresher. Entered the game with a 3 for 33 line, 3 singles to left-handed bats in the postseason.
He started Game 4 in the ALCS against the Yankees and gave up just 2 hits. The last batter he faced, Aaron Judge, hit a home run, and he left that ball game with the lead. The Yankees came back and won that, and they were pretty quick to pull the trigger on McCullers in that game, and he was throwing the ball very well.
Lance McCullers had postseason experience in his rookie campaign. And in fact, he was brilliant. Game 4 of the 2015 ALDS against the Royals. Left with a 6-2 lead. He strikes out Bellinger for a second time tonight.
That's how he neutralizes good left-handed hitters, by throwing that hard breaking ball. It starts on the inner half of the plate, breaks down and in, and most of the time he gets that swing and a miss over the top of the breaking ball. It's a hard breaking ball. Looks like it's going to possibly be a fastball, and then that break takes it down underneath the hitter's bat.
Yasiel Puig grounded out to second base in his first at-bat tonight. McCullers starts him with a strike. Lance McCullers was just 21 when he made his big league debut in May of 2015. Came right up from Double-A. He's a guy that wasn't exactly a secret as an amateur either. Had a huge high school career at Tampa Jesuit High School in Tampa Bay, Florida. Struck out 140 batters in 70 innings in his senior year, and was on the radar as a first rounder. Puig bounces it up the line. That's a fair ball as it somehow got past Bregman. Puig stopped running at first. He's thrown at second base. He's thrown out. Puig stopped at first base. I don't know if he thought it was foul or interfered with or what, but he stopped cold, and then by the time he could pick it up again, he was an easy out at the bag.
Yeah, what a break for the Astros. And again, Marwin Gonzalez with a heads-up play. Puig probably thinking that Bregman made a play on it. Bregman swipes at it and just kind of missed it, went off his glove. He was getting ready to make a throw. But then they get the ball back in quickly, and watch Puig coming out of the box. He looks away, thinks there's going to be a play at first, and then he stops, and the hesitation proves fatal for Puig. Great effort by Altuve to dive back into the baseline and put the tag on Puig to get him out of second. A little bit of a hesitation proved costly for Puig.
Here's Logan Forsythe now, who takes a strike. Boy, it was closer than it looked to the naked eye, but Puig actually came off the bag. After beating Altuve initially, I think he came off the bag, and that's where the out call came from.
I don't know that Altuve ever came back to tag him, though. I'm a little surprised the Dodgers didn't have a real close look at this. And you can see Curtis Pride, the first base coach, said pick up the baseball. Then there was the hesitation, and now he tries to accelerate. But Altuve dives and tags him out.
And a breaking ball is in for a strike to Forsythe. The count's a ball and 2 strikes to him now.
Once you hesitate like that as a base runner, you're always better off just to stay put. He was safely at first.
Forsythe into the opposite field. A track down by Reddick. Nothing comes of the situation in the 4th. Looked like the Dodgers had an opportunity, but it's quickly shut down. Still a 4-1 ball game. Bottom of the fourth inning, 4-1 Astros here in game 3. Kenta Maeda back to work. He has gone an inning and a third in relief of Yu Darvish tonight. And in order for this to make any sense for Dave Roberts and the way he handles the rest of his bullpen this evening, one better case scenario, 2 more from Maeda in relief. And we've documented how they love him against right-handed hitting, and after Brian McCann, who leads off the 4th, it'll be 5 straight right-handed bats.
Yeah, you make a great point, Matt, because the right-handers that Maeda has faced haven't done much against him, and they need him to pitch at least 1, maybe 2 innings of relief. And certainly his pitch count as a starter would allow him to do that if he can continue to be effective.
So Brian McCann leads it off. He singled in one of the 4 second-inning runs against Darvish tonight. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. All 6 of Brian McCann's postseason RBIs have come at home. Strike on the corner, 2-1. And McCann sends a little flare behind third base. It'll drop in for a base hit. Just a little thing.
Maeda got deep in his kitchen, and Seager, the only defender on the left side of the infield, took off as quick as he could, but it's over his head and lands softly in left field. That thing is down below the label. But McCann gets enough of it to flare it over the shortstop's head. Good effort by Seager, but he just can't make a play.
So now George Springer with the leadoff hitter aboard. Houston's put their leadoff hitter aboard in all but 1 inning so far tonight. Springer has doubled and lined to second. 2 very good plate appearances tonight. George Springer was an all-star this year and got into the all-star break looking like an MVP candidate. 27 of his 34 home runs came before the end of July. August and September not nearly as productive for him. He spent some time on the DL in August, it should be noted, as that one's fouled away.
Yeah, he had a quad injury that put him on the DL, and he just never recaptured that first half rhythm. August and September hitting just .228.
Tough right-handed hitters scheduled to face Maeda here after Springer, Bregman, and Altuve. Leadoff hitter aboard in the 4th.
Maeda's mixing up his pitches a little more effectively. He's using his curveball, something he hadn't done in previous postseason relief appearances. But sensing that he might be asked to pitch deeper than he normally does, he's brought into the mix the curveball tonight. It's been effective for him.
Nothing in 2, the count to George Springer. And he struck him out.
It's the first strikeout for the Dodgers tonight, striking out Springer on that high fastball. And he was late on that pitch. Maeda did a good job of setting up that fastball for the decisive pitch in the at-bat.
Astros lineup totaled the fewest strikeouts in baseball this year. Here's Alex Bregman now with 1 out and 1 on. Again, RBIs in all 3 games of the World Series so far for Alex Bregman. And a slider swung over the top of. Alex Bregman wearing number 2. And not for the reasons you may think. A guy that came up playing the middle infield, and you'd think probably a Derek Jeter fan. And while that is true, Alex wears number 2 for a reason. He was the number 2 overall pick in the draft behind Atlanta's Dansby Swanson. Carlos Correa, a former number 1 overall pick, wears that number. And Bregman kind of symbolizing his draft status and his draft class with his overall number.
They did a heck of a job of utilizing those high draft picks. They didn't miss. And they have built their foundation with good draft choices. Bregman got off to kind of a mediocre start to his season, but after July 4th, he had 11 home runs and drove in 45 runs and had a .321 batting average. He really picked it up in the second half.
It's almost the same way he started his major league career when he was called up last year. The ball and 2 strikes to him here with 1 out and 1 on. Altuve next, then Correa. Barnes crowds him and Bregman fights it off. Bregman came up last year and was mired in a terrible slump at the plate. He started to feel bad about himself, as though perhaps he didn't belong, because he came up right after the All-Star break last year. And A.J. Hinch is so good with relating to players, as you and I know. He slid up next to him on the dugout bench at one point and said, "I'm batting you second tomorrow." And Bregman was surprised. He said, "Why? I'm over." He said, "You're one of our best hitters." Just that little show of confidence allowed him to take off, though he does strike out here for out number 2. And talking about the building blocks for the Astros, Jose Altuve, and maybe the most cost-friendly Venezuelan signing in the history of the game. Springer, 11th overall. 2012 was the first year of Jeff Luno's authorship here as the general manager. Bregman in 2015.
Yeah, they did a terrific job, and certainly you're going to have a lot of high draft picks when you lose 100 games 3 straight seasons, but they didn't miss on it. And because of that, they have this terrific young roster loaded with stars.
Here's one of them. Jose Altuve doubled back in the second. Jose Altuve in 6+ home postseason games this year is now 14 for 24 with 5 home runs.
He's just a great hitter. His splits are so even, it's hard to fathom, but lefty, righty, home, road, it doesn't make any difference. He can flat out hit. Led the American League 4 straight seasons in hits. 3-time batting champ. 200 hits or more in the season in 4 straight years with the Astros.
There's the home road productivity discrepancy for him in this postseason. Impossible to contain here at home. Just a 179 road hitter in the postseason so far. On the ground to shortstop for Seager. Nothing comes of the leadoff single. Another big shutdown inning by Kenta Maeda. Still a 3-run ball game in Houston. Still a 4-1 game as we head to the top of the 5th inning tonight.
Big turning point for the Astros after Lance McCullers had walked the bases loaded in the 3rd. He's able to get Corey Seager. Seager with a chance to get the Dodgers right back in it. It's a ground ball to Gurriel, and Correa back to the pitcher covering. A run comes in, but then Justin Turner with a runner at 3rd and 2 outs grounds out, and you can see the excitement from McCullers. He pitched himself into a jam and he pitched himself out of it.
Yeah, he's battling tonight. This is so far, and it's only 4 innings in, but this has been a game with Lance McCullers' lowest strike percentage of the season. He walked the bases loaded in the 3rd, and only 1 run was able to come across and score. So the good news for the Astros is without his best stuff, McCullers still leads it 4-1 as he goes to work on Austin Barnes to start the 5th. Barnes, Peterson, and Hernandez here for the Dodgers. We were talking about how the Astros haven't missed with their top draft choices, and McCullers should be mentioned in that conversation. He was taken 41st overall in 2012. Again, that was Jeff Luhnow's first year with the Astros. He was a compensation pick, supplemental round, and it was a choice the Astros got after the free agent departure of Clint Barmas, who was here for all of 1 year as a role player. And with all due respect to Clint, he wasn't exactly a crucial player in the rebuild here. For his departure, they got the pick that they used for McCullers, who's an all-star and could be here for a long, long time.
The 2012 draft was a loaded draft. Correa was taken 1st overall in 2012. You see that fastball that catches the outside corner. Byron Buxton was the 2nd pick in that 2012 draft. Mike Zunino was 3rd. Kevin Gausman 4th. Marcus Stroman was 22nd. Corey Seager was 18th, taken by the Dodgers. It was a loaded draft.
You bet. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes to the leadoff hitter, Austin Barnes. And Barnes sends a routine fly ball the other way for Reddick. Well, this is what you talk about, that 2012 first round draft. Some of the names you mentioned include Addison Russell, who was taken by the A's before being traded to Chicago. Michael Wacha came out of that group.
Terrific draft. Evan Marrero picked by the Red Sox. Jose Barrios was in there as well. He was 32nd, taken by the Twins. I mean, there were position players and pitchers up and down that first round in 2012.
There's Jock Peterson now with 1 away. And let's not forget some of the financial strategy that the Astros employed to get McCullers then. They signed Carlos Correa way under the slot value as the #1 overall pick. So they were able to take that money and then double the slot value on McCullers, who had committed to play collegiately at the University of Florida. But they had extra money to lure him away as that 41st overall pick, and it all worked out well.
That's a great strategy by the Astros to spread their money around, and they have been rewarded for that.
2 balls and a strike to Jock Peterson, who walked and scored the Dodgers' lone run in the 3rd. LA with only a pair of singles tonight.
Yeah, when they scored their run, they didn't have a hit. 3 walks started the inning. They scored a run on a double play ground out.
That's into the gap in left center field. Peterson's trying for second. The throw is not in time. Wow! You know, the Astros will want to look at this again to see if there's a challenge that might be worth taking. But Jock Peterson rolling the dice and able to leg a double on that ball.
They're going to challenge Springer whenever he has to move laterally in the outfield, and he has to move to his right on this line drive, and Peterson's thinking about two right out of the box. Springer's throw is offline, a little bit late at second. There's Springer shaded over on the right side of center. He's got a long run over here now. He doesn't have a real strong arm, and credit the Dodgers scouting staff and coaches for alerting their base runners, hey, we can run on Springer if he's got to move laterally in the outfield.
Here's Kike Hernandez now. A chance with a runner in scoring position and one gone. Hernandez with a broken bat roller up the middle. Altuve gathers it in and gets him. Peterson to third now with two gone.
McCullers really got the ball inside and jammed Hernandez. A weak ground ball to shortstop. There's the throw from Springer, and you can see Correa was off the bag. Altuve's backing up the play as Correa. This was on the outside of second base. The Springer throw just a little bit to the right field side of second base.
Chris Taylor with a runner at third and two gone. Taylor sends the ball into center field for Springer, who lays out and makes the catch, saving a run. Nothing comes of the one-out double. Another scoreless inning for Lance McCullers, made possible with the help of a couple of his pals. Middle of the night in Game 3. Still a 3-run Astros lead. Loud Texas crowd, we are ready to go. 2-1 to Gurriel, hit well into left field and gone! That one's got a chance. Taylor leaps and can't make the catch. And McCann will do some damage. Bregman lines it into center field. 4-0 Houston. Yu Darvish ain't fooling anybody tonight. Darvish unable to complete 2 innings. Those are the clip notes through 5.5 under the watchful eye of Astros Hall of Famer Jeff Bagwell, part of the 2017 class. He and the rest of the Houston fan base enjoying what's happened so far in Game 3. Here's Carlos Correa to lead off the 5th.
Bagwell, a big part of the legacy here in Houston, and terrific. The killer bees in that generation, Berkman, Bagwell, and Biggio. There's Craig Biggio, who was part of the pregame ceremonies.
Oh, and 2 the count to Carlos Correa, who is 0 for his first 2 tonight. Kenta Maeda continues. He's been out there for the last 2 1/3 and is yet to allow more than a hit and a walk as he dusts Correa there.
Tony Watson is standing by. Josh Reddick is 2 hitters away, the left-handed hitter. But Maeda has given them just exactly what they had hoped for, a little length in the middle here.
Well, in the absence of traffic on base, this will be his inning. Here's the 1-2 home, and Correa rolls it out to shortstop. Seager's got it. So 2 2/3 scoreless for Kenta Maeda. Now it's Yuli Gurriel. Dave Roberts is going to take the ball from Maeda here.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a surprise. Gurriel, a right-handed hitter.
Gurriel, a guy with a reverse splits track record. However, there's nobody on base. You had to go to Maeda in the 2nd inning. Dave Roberts is going to have that bullpen gate swing open a lot before the end of the night, one suspects. A pitching change, and we'll be right back. Tony Watson is the new Dodger pitcher. He'll inherit an out, and the base is empty in the 5th. He'll face Gurriel and Reddick and try to finish the inning that Maeda started. 8th postseason appearance for Watson. Now, if you're wondering about the move, so were we to a degree, if only because Kenta Maeda had not been in trouble at all tonight. 2 2/3, he'd been in control right-handed hitter scheduled. The answer in the move lies with the reverse splits of Yuli Gurriel, who's had far more success against right-handed hitting. And so far, so good in terms of the move for LA.
Maeda had thrown 42 pitches, the most pitches he has thrown since late September. But it was really curious because he was really sailing right through the batting order. But now, with that out of Gurriel, Roberts, he knows his team very well. And he went to Watson, and now he's got Watson against Reddick.
Reddick has doubled and popped out tonight. You know, you feel like for all the traffic on base for the Astros and for all the Dodgers' difficulties moving base runners in this series, it's just a 3-run game. It feels like it should be like 10-1 Houston, just based on the ebb and flow of what's happened since 7 o'clock local time. But you know, this is a game where the Dodgers are still well within striking distance. And there's a fastball for a strike.
Yeah, they certainly are. And you made a great point about the way the Astros jumped on Darvish. 4 runs on 5 hits. They sent 9 men to the plate in the second inning. And then McCullers had to sit on the bench for 29 minutes.
Reddick with a base hit back up the middle. There's another guy with reverse splits. He's been better in the postseason against southpaws. Just when you think you kind of understand this game.
Yeah, it's really, really interesting, that move. But Watson was able to get Gurriel, but Reddick picks up his second hit of the ball game. Remember, Reddick during the regular season, a .314 hitter. And he drove in 82. He just had a bad stretch against the Yankees.
So here's Evan Gattis now. He has walked twice and scored this evening. He'll check in for Reddick, who's stolen 7 bags in 10 attempts this year. A tentative lead from first with the left-hander on the mound, and a strike taken by Gattis. 0-1. Bottom of the order for the Astros has been very productive tonight.
Gattis has walked twice and scored a run.
The combination
behind Gattis, an RBI single.
McCann batting ninth, 2 for 2. Watson's got to hurry, spikes the throw, and it gets away from Bellinger. Gattis hits the deck. They're going to wave Reddick home. Here's the throw from Puig. Too late.
We mentioned what a aggressive base running team the Astros are at the top of the series in game 1. Yasiel Puig did not move to back up the play until the ball got past Cody Bellinger. And that allowed Gary Pettis, the third base coach, to wave Reddick around third and score him. But there's a place for everybody on this play. But once Watson realizes he's got to make the play, he rushes his throw, throws it in the dirt. Puig just now reacts to the ball after it gets away, and he didn't move to back up the play initially, and that cost them a run. Forsythe has to go to the bag at second with the base runner running, but you can see Puig just kind of jogging over there initially and then he recognizes that Reddick's got a chance to score. By the time he makes the throw to home plate, it's much too late.
Yeah, now Marwin Gonzalez with another chance. He singled in a run back in the second.
That should be an infield hit for Gaddis, and then an error on the throw that allows Reddick to come in to score.
That is the scoring that's being put up on the board here. Single E1.
But again, the Astros, such a sound fundamental team, and a big part of their preparation is aggressive base running. They stress it in spring training. They continue to stress it throughout the season, and Reddick did a terrific job of picking up the third base coach, Gary Pettis.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point, because the stolen base totals for the Astros aren't where they were the last couple years, but they are no less aggressive as a base running team. They don't have to steal bases like they did before. They didn't have guys that were capable of keeping the line moving previously, with all the strikeout hitters they used to have in this lineup. But the Chris Carters and Colby Rasmusses of the world are gone. There's a big swing and a miss by Gonzalez. My goodness, he was trying to knock the train off the tracks with that hack. That guy up there thought he might be getting a souvenir.
He took a big cut, didn't he? Here's the ball that bounces past Bellinger as he gets knocked out of the base path, and Gaddis trips and stumbles after contact. But because Puig didn't react initially on the chopper to the third base side, he's late backing up the play.
Another wild hack and a miss by Gonzalez. The strikeout finishes the inning, but the Astros do get another run. A run on a pair of hits and an error. We've played 5 complete tonight in Game 3. Houston now in front 5-1.
Back here at Minute Maid Park, and we have talked about how sound the Astros are in every aspect of the game, and they have really flashed the leather defensively. Altuve knocks this hot shot down off the bat of Corey Seager, and then Chris Taylor sent a drive deep to center that's run down by Springer. And this might be the play of the game, the 3-6-1 double play. And then Correa gets the ball caromed off the fence down the left field line. And again, Springer with another terrific defensive play in center. They can beat you with their wheels on the bases, they can beat you with their bats, and they can beat you with their defense.
And Lance McCullers, by the way, has done a fair job tonight as well, shutting down a big hitting Dodger lineup. Only 1 run through 5 as Corey Seager digs in to square up in the top of the 6th, and a very awkward time being called there before McCullers could deliver the first pitch. So it's Seager, Turner, and Bellinger in the 6th inning. LA so far with just a run on 3 hits and a strike to Corey Seager. Two hits in the opener, 2-run home run in game 2. So far a ground out and a double play ball off his bat tonight. A ball and a strike to Seager. To 2-1 now. This part of the lineup might only have another couple of chances tonight, and I think Dave Roberts would love to see the middle of his order get some of it back right here.
Yeah, as efficient as McCullers has been, you get Seager, Turner, and Bellinger up in this 6th inning. You'd like to have them produce something.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Bellinger's had a rough time of it in this series. 0 for 9, couple of strikeouts tonight. Full count pitch to Corey Seager on its way, and it's ball 4. Four walks tonight for Lance McCullers. 2 of them have come to leadoff hitters. And when you total up the postseason, 6 leadoff walks for McCullers this fall. He was able to pitch around walking the bases loaded in the 3rd, allowing only 1 run. And here's Turner now. Turner's been quiet since homering in the opener. Brad Peacock's up for the 2nd time, and one suspects that he's going to get into the game sooner rather than later. This is true of a lot of starters in today's game. But with Lance McCullers, you get into diminishing returns 3rd time through the order.
Teams are really paying a lot of attention to what hitters do with their 3rd at bat against a starting pitcher. And there are the numbers for McCullers. 1st time, no problem. 2nd time, still pretty good. 3rd time through the order, not such a good thing. 368 average the 3rd time the lineup gets to face Lance McCullers.
A ball and a strike to count to Justin Turner.
Rich Hill knows all about that. He didn't get a chance to face 3rd batter. 60 pitches, 4 innings. He was out of the game in a 1-1 game. Game 2.
And Turner fouls off a 1-1 pitch. A ball and 2 strikes now.
Yeah, twice in this at bat, McCullers has thrown Turner inside fastballs when Justin was looking for the breaking ball. He gets beat on this fastball. You see where the contact is made back over the plate, not out in front. Now McCullers can throw him that strike to ball breaking ball in the dirt. He might get a chase swing.
Instead, it's lined into left. That's a fair ball in trouble as it rattles around in the corner. Seager will be held at 3rd, and the Dodgers are in business with runners in scoring position and nobody out.
McCullers left it over the plate. Turner's one of the best two-strike hitters in the game. And after getting jammed on 2 fastballs, he cuts his swing down and hammers this breaking ball. Watch where this breaking ball is. Inside part of the plate, and Turner, good thing he didn't get any elevation on that. That'd have been out of the ballpark.
So a walk and a double, and pitching coach Brent Strom comes out.
Brent Strom with a reminder to McCullers about what has worked effectively to Bellinger. Cody Bellinger has struck out both times he's come to the plate against McCullers, and it's been that breaking ball down and in that's done the trick. You made a great point, Matt, about this being a pivotal trip through the lineup for the Dodgers. Seager, Turner, now Bellinger's got to deliver a big hit.
Yeah, these are fascinating matchups for me to watch as a fan. Who blinks first here? Bellinger knows what's been his undoing in these 2 at-bats, and McCullers knows what his kryptonite is. The 2 strikeouts have come on 7 pitches. Well, there's the answer to the question. He's going to stick with what got him the 2 strikeouts. Breaking balls, inner half.
That was off the plate, down and in, right out of his hand.
It's clear that Bellinger just is not recognizing that at all. And LA's troubles with runners in scoring position in the series, and tonight in particular, well documented. Bellinger's again behind 0-2. Man, had it been any other left-handed hitter scheduled to bat here with 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, it might have been approached differently. There might have been a change here. There might have been an intentional walk here. But this has been a batter that McCullers has been able to handle with ease tonight. Trick. Bellinger has been completely overmatched by Lance McCullers' curveball tonight.
Yeah, and there's been no mystery to the approach, and that's going to be the last batter for McCullers. With Puig, the batter. A.J. Hinch coming out, and what a job McCullers has done pitching out of tough situations, but he makes quick work of Bellinger with that wicked breaking ball.
5 1/3 for Lance McCullers. He will leave as the pitcher of record and officially hand it to his bullpen mates. Lance McCullers exits with a couple of base runners aboard as his responsibility, but all told, a terrific night from the third-year right-hander. 5 1/3, allows the 1 earned run on 4 hits. He was able to avoid trouble despite the 4 walks and is asking his bullpen to pick him up here in the 6th inning. First in is Brad Peacock, who posted a career-high 13 wins this year in split time between the rotation and the bullpen. Most of his work coming in the rotation, where he led the majors in winning percentage. He gets Yasiel Puig with runners on. There's a bouncer out to second base. It'll get a run in. It's back to a 3-run game as Puig drives in Seager.
Cody Bellinger had no chance against the McCullers all night long. This is the last at bat. 3 curveballs, and he swings at one and bounces in the dirt. He struck out 3 times on 10 pitches from Lance McCullers all night long. And when Brent Strom went to the mound, just a little reminder to Lance McCullers, don't throw this guy a fastball. He's going to chase your breaking ball, and it paid off.
The postseason numbers on Brad Peacock. He's made 1 start among his now 5 appearances. He appeared in game 1 of the series, walked a batter in a third of a scoreless inning. He stranded a lone runner that he inherited that night. And the Dodgers are going to go to their bench here for the veteran left-handed hitter Chase Utley. Utley looking for his first postseason hit here tonight.
Utley started game 2. 0 for 3 in that game.
A very important RBI opportunity here for LA. So Utley will stay out there defensively, pinch hitting for Logan Forsythe. You talk a lot about Chase Utley and his postseason numbers. Huge years with the Phillies. In the latter stage of his career, however, as a Dodger in the postseason, he is yet to homer and is hitting only 93 cents. A ball and a strike.
Big run, obviously, for the Dodgers down to third with 2 outs. Peacock trying to strand him. Turner had the double, moved to third on the ground out.
Fastball just misses low.
Well, that's the strike zone for Jerry Davis, the home plate umpire. He doesn't like that low pitch at the bottom of the strike zone. It looked like it might have caught a bit of that bottom strike zone, but he's consistent in calling that a ball.
On the corner. The inning started with a walk and a double. So far, 1 has scored for LA, but Brad Peacock is a strike away from limiting the damage right there. And that one gets through McCann. Here's Turner to score on a wild pitch. Wow!
Boy, this is a ball that's got to be blocked. There's no doubt about it. It's a breaking ball in the dirt right in front of Brian McCann, but he didn't get down quick enough to block that ball, and the Dodgers take advantage of it. Watch how he goes down and never gets down on both knees. Tried to glove it, and it sneaks underneath his glove, goes back to the backstop. The Dodgers get a big break here. That's an easy block for a catcher.
I mean, that is a gift for Los Angeles. Brad Peacock was on the verge of shutting it down at just a single run. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes to Utley now. And a fly ball into the corner. Correa's there to make the catch to retire the side, but both of those runs come across to score. The Dodgers as close as they've been since the opening pitch. Just a 2-run game in Houston. Welcome back to Major League Baseball International special presentation of the 2017 World Series with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian here at Minute Maid Park in Houston, where the Dodgers, after 2 runs in the previous half inning, have tightened it back up to a 2-run game. 5-3 Astros. Houston bats in the 6th, but Brian McCann leading things off, as Tony Watson will continue for at least one more batter. Chase Utley does in fact stay in the game at second base in place of Logan Forsythe, for whom he pinch hit last inning. And after McCann, it'll be the right-handed batters Springer and Bregman. You get pretty good odds that there will be a pitching change this inning as well. So here we go with McCann. That second run happening in the top of the 6th inning. Coming on the wild pitch. McCann has singled twice and driven in a run tonight.
The last 2 runs that have scored in this game, both are defensive lapses, as you see Brian McMorrow loosening up for the Dodgers. He'll probably come in to face Springer, the next batter. But Puig, by not backing up the play at first base, allowed Reddick to score all the way from first base on that ball that got away from Bellinger, went down the first baseline. And then the ball that went right through the legs of Brian McCann scores a run on a wild pitch. So these tightly contested games, difficult to give away those runs.
Well, there are more ways to score than on just the homer, apparently. Because the first 2 games of the series, I mean, that was it. 14 of the first 17 runs that scored in this series in games 1 and 2 came on the homer.
McCann upset at that low strike. We had talked about Davis not calling too many low strikes, but that time they call one against McCann.
Full count now, 3-2. Yu Darvish goes only an inning and 2/3 tonight. Lance McCullers pitched into the 6th. The productivity in the bottom of the lineup tonight for the Astros. And McCann on a full count pitch pops it up. One away. Here comes Dave Roberts, and on cue, Buck, we will have that pitching change for the two right-handed batters due up next.
Yeah, there's the call for Brandon Morrow. And he has been lights out since coming up from the minor leagues at the end of May. Watson gets McCann, and he'll turn things over tomorrow with nobody on and one out here in the bottom of the sixth.
Pitching change for the Dodgers, and we'll be right back. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Back with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian in Houston. One away here in a two-run game in the sixth inning, and LA goes to the bullpen for the third time tonight. Brandon Morrow will now appear in all three games so far of the series.
Morrow pitched an inning and 2/3 in game two. He gave up a leadoff double to Alex Bregman. Then he was taken out of the game. Kenley Jansen came in the eighth inning trying to get a 6-out save, and Carlos Correa had to base it up the middle. That scored Bregman, and that run was charged to Brandon Morrow. He's given up 2 runs in his previous 9 appearances in the postseason.
33-year-old right-hander's first pitch home to George Springer, misses a ball and no strikes. Springer has doubled, lined to second, and struck out tonight. An LA bullpen which had been so ironclad early in the postseason showed its warts in game 2. Fancy play by Turner, and Springer safe at first because Bellinger had to come off the bag.
Justin Turner at third base had to back up and play the big hop. He gloved it, but the ball kind of rattled around in his glove. Watch how he goes to his left. The ball bounces and he plays around, and then they got a grip on it, but he just throws wide of the mark at first. Pulls Bellinger off the bag, and that'll be a throwing error on Justin Turner. Looked like a routine 5-3 ground out, but hustling all the way out of the batter's box. Springer beats Bellinger back to the bag.
Second Dodger error of the night, and now it's Bregman with 1 out and 1 on. Bregman's 0 for 2 with a sac fly and an RBI tonight.
Remember, Bregman had the big leadoff double against Brandon Morrow to right field, leading off the 8th inning. Morrow had gotten a double play and got Springer to hit into a fielder's choice to close out the 7th. But then Bregman started the 8th with that opposite field double.
Got the troubling combination of Altuve and Correa waiting next. Makes this an even bigger out for Brandon Morrow. Ball 3. Morrow's 3-0 home, and Bregman taking all the way, takes ball 4. And he wanted to wait well sure until Jerry Davis told him so. A 4-pitch walk after the error, and the Astros have something cooking here in the 6th.
Brandon Morrow misses for ball 4, and then before Altuve steps in the box, Morrow called his catcher out to talk about this pitch. Now both the middle infielders are coming in to make sure they know the set of signs that they're going to use in this at bat so they can position themselves accordingly. Rick Honeycutt on the phone to the bullpen.
Well, here's Altuve now with runners at first and second and 1 gone, and so the old sports cliche goes, as goes Jose Altuve, so go the Astros. In Houston's 8 postseason wins this year, Jose Altuve's hitting .438 with 6 home runs and 9 batted in. In their 5 losses, he hits just .222 with 0 homers, 0 ribbies. 0-1 to Altuve.
Well, he might be the most aggressive hitter on the first pitch in all the big leagues, and he was looking for a fastball and got a hard breaking ball from Morrow. .88-mile-an-hour slider in the dirt, and Altuve chased.
Yeah, in the dirt was probably the only place that Altuve wasn't going to hit it. Springer is chased back into second. You know, we talked about how good Altuve is in the wins. Combine Carlos Correa into the equation, and you can tell who powers the Astros when they're going right.
3 and 4 in their lineup.
Another good breaking ball. That one's in for a strike, called this time. It's 0-2.
Couple of good breaking balls, and Morrow, he'll touch 100 from time to time with that fastball. And if he's going to throw the fastball, he's better off to throw it up than down. Another inside move as he checks on Springer. I don't think Springer's going to run in a situation like this with Altuve at the plate and Correa on deck.
Sure hope not. It is Springer and Bregman aboard with 1 gone, and 0-2 to the American League batting champ, who swings and misses. Strike 3.
Another good slider from Brandon Morrow, hard down and away, and gets Altuve to swing.
There have been moments in this series, Buck, when it just appears that Jose Altuve is in swing mode almost to his detriment. And that's a gear that you never saw from him very often in the regular season.
Yeah, is an aggressive swinger, but that was never close to being a strike. It was out of the strike zone, out of Morrow's hand. You can see that great rotation on that slider spinning. And Altuve, you can see he was swinging from the moment Morrow turned that ball loose.
It's going to be up to Carlos Correa now, who's the only Astro not to at least reach base tonight. And he's only one of 2 Astros without a base hit. A strike to him. Recall how his game 2 started. 0 for his first 2, and then base hits in his next 3 plate appearances. And 0 for his first 3 tonight. A quick 0-2 count.
A couple of good fastballs from Morrow, elevating that pitch. Correa was late on that last pitch at 97. Now Morrow can throw that same 2-strike breaking ball he threw to Altuve. This pitch is upstairs, and again Correa is late. Ball down around the label.
The 0-2, and he got him on the slider. Boy, 2 terrific at-bats from Brandon Morrow, striking out a pair of tough hitters to keep the Astros off the scoreboard in the 6th. Headed to the 7th inning tonight, still just a 2-run game. Still a 5-3 lead for the Astros as we start the back third, top of the 7th inning with Buck Martinez, Matt Vasgersian. Yasmani Grandal will pinch hit to lead things off for the Dodgers here in the 7th. Grandal, the switch hitting catcher, then Jock Peterson and Kike Hernandez. Boy, Houston with a big opportunity to pad its lead in the last of the 6th. Brandon Morrow with 2 huge strikeouts to keep runners stranded at first and second and keep it just a 2-run game. Grandal with a big fly ball the other way, one that doesn't quite have enough, and there's one gone.
kind of an interesting move by Dave Roberts to pinch hit for the starting catcher Austin Barnes. Grandal now 0 for 7 in the postseason. He started in game 1 in the division series, went 0 for 4 in that game, and in his next 2 at bats, now 3 at bats, have all been as a pinch hitter.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit, because you know, when you're not exactly 6 deep at that position and you yank your starter out, you just hope you don't have a need to go any deeper than that. Here's Jock Peterson now after the one pitch out to Grandal, and Peacock throws him a strike. Houston's carrying 3 catchers on their roster. Oh, and 1 to Peterson. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Houston carrying 3 catchers because both Gaddis and McCann don't run well, and in a tight game you're going to pinch hit for them or pinch run. So they have the depth of Juan Centeno.
Got him swinging. 4 pitches and 2 outs for Brad Peacock to start the 7th.
Peacock has retired all 4 batters he's faced. Yasiel Puig had a ground out RBI. They got Utley to pop out. Now he has Grandal and Peterson striking out. Peterson, again, another good fastball from Peacock. Foul tip held onto by the catcher McCann. Peacock fastball slider, and here he gets the fastball and the foul tip off the bat of Jock Peterson for the 2nd out of the inning.
A second pinch hitter this inning now is the veteran Andre Ethier. Bats with 2 out and the bases empty. Ethier takes a strike. Dave Roberts exercising much of his bench depth in the last inning plus, using Chase Utley, Yasmani Grandal, and Andre Ethier from the 6th inning on.
Yeah, it's a little aggressive in my mind. Now you're down to 1 position player, Charlie Culberson. And Culberson, of course, can play outfield and infield, but we're still in the top of the 7th inning.
You know, thinking about it, it appears pretty clear here that Dave Roberts likes his chances with his left-handed pinch hitters against Peacock more so than anybody else in that Astros bullpen. The numbers bear it out. Left-handers have had a lot more success against Peacock this year. 8 of the 10 home runs he's allowed have come to southpaws. But that's the result. When you blow out your bench here, he's only got Charlie Culberson left, as Buck mentions. 2 balls and a strike to Ethier. 3-1 now.
Another low pitch that's called the ball by Jerry Davis. He's been consistent on not giving the pitchers that low strike.
Top of the order, Chris Taylor waiting next. Ethier swings and sends a fly ball toward the stands. Correa coming in and can't make the catch. That was actually Bregman that got all the way out there, that just came up short. What a great effort.
I tell you, in a ball game like this, anytime you got a chance to get it out, you want to do everything you can. And Bregman was the only one that had a shot at that. Marwin Gonzalez had no chance, and Bregman does everything he can but just runs out of room, and looks like he actually got to it, but by the time he gets there he kind of swiped at it and missed it.
So it's 3-2 to Andre Ethier. The payoff pitch lost him on ball 4, and that'll bring the tying run to the plate. After homering on the first pitch he saw in the World Series to start Game 1 in LA, Chris Taylor has gone hitless. Oh and 1.
Taylor faced Peacock. In Game 1 now, he's got a chance, but he's going to get a steady diet of sliders from Brad Peacock. That's his out pitch.
There's one for a strike to put Taylor behind 0-2. Closer than it should have been at first base. Ethier caught off guard by the move.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere, but you're right. I didn't think he anticipated a throw to first.
The 0-2 to Taylor. Slider misses low. The 1-2 pitch. Ethier runs. It's a chopper for the first baseman, Gurriel, who dives to the bag to retire the side. Peacock fades the 2-out walk. 7th inning stretch in the Space City tonight. Still a 2-run Astros lead as we keep our coverage right here for this evening's performance of God Bless America.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask that you please rise and remove your caps as we welcome former Marine and current Houston Fire Department Captain Mark Miller as he leads us in the singing of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Well, a 5-3 lead for the Astros entering the 7th, and most of that damage came in the bottom of the 2nd. Yuli Gurriel with a leadoff home run against Yu Darvish. Darvish would not get out of the inning. Marwin Gonzalez singled in a run. Brian McCann singled in a run. And then a 4th score came on an Alex Bregman sacrifice line out. Houston had a 4-0 lead. They have not trailed since, though the Dodgers have fought back to make it a 2-run game. Here's Gurriel again with another drive into left, and that one falls just short. Off the wall. Gurriel the second with a leadoff double.
Well, Matt talked about Gurriel hitting a home run to start that 2nd inning for the Astros, and he jumps on the first pitch here in the 7th. He sees from Morrow, and Dave Roberts has made the call to the bullpen. Gurriel can hit a fastball. He hits this one off the end of the bat. He didn't get it squared up on the barrel, and it's off the scoreboard. Andre Ethier, the pinch hitter, is now in left field. This throw is not in time as Gurriel gets the leadoff double, and with that, Brandon Morrow is out of the game.
Dodger bullpen's been so good tonight, 4 1/3 of scoreless baseball. But in order for that scoreless equation to stick around, they'll have to go at least one more deep. Morrow gone after an inning of work. We'll be right back. Well, the Gurriel double happened so quickly to start the bottom of the inning. We didn't have a chance to post the defensive changes. Andre Ethier, after pinch hitting, stays in the ballgame in left, consulting a defensive positioning card, as you can see. And Yasmani Grandal's doing the same thing, ironically, as he takes over behind the plate. Did so to start the inning. Josh Reddick will be the first to face the newest Dodger pitcher, left-hander Tony Cingrani. Dave Roberts has used both of his southpaws at this point in the game, and Reddick has started with a pitch that misses upstairs. Cingrani, the 5th Dodger pitcher to work, making his 2nd World Series appearance, his 6th of the postseason.
Josh Reddick with a hit in the 2nd. A hit in the 5th. He scored a pair of runs. He doubled in the 2nd. That was off of the starter, Yu Darvish.
There are only 9 hitters in baseball this year that have a higher OPS against relievers than Josh Reddick. A .939 OPS against relief pitchers, and that ranks him 10th in all of baseball. He saved some of his best work for late. He's got an important RBI opportunity here with Gurriel at second and nobody out. A ball and a strike from Cingrani. Reddick bunting, he pops it up, and Bellinger dives to make the catch.
Reddick had a good idea, but he popped up that bunt, and Bellinger, we told you, he's a terrific defender. He got a good break and dove and makes the catch. Reddick trying to bunt the ball and move the runner from second to third in this situation. He had a base hit against the left-hander Tony Watson back in the 5th. But you see, he got underneath that fastball, and Bellinger makes a nice diving catch to retire Reddick. He just got underneath it and popped it in the air. Good job by Bellinger, who's been a terrific defender going all the way back to his high school days. He can pick it.
So now Evan Gattis will give it a try. He's walked twice and singled tonight. Houston had a big opportunity, and Gattis is being intentionally walked. Dave Roberts prefers Marwin Gonzalez, the switch hitter, who will bat right-handed here. Dodgers clearly looking for a ground ball off Gonzalez's bat to end the inning. And Rick Honeycutt's going to come out and have a visit with Cingrani.
Yeah, Honeycutt will do this from time to time in a pivotal situation like this, just to remind Cingrani how they want to attack Gonzalez. Gonzalez much better against right-handed pitchers than left-handed pitchers. In the regular season, Marwin hit .250 against the lefties, .322 against righties, so they have the matchup they want. Now it's a matter of getting the ball on the ground, seeing if they can't get a double play and get out of this thing.
Gurriel doubled to open the inning. The Dodgers make the move to the bullpen for Cingrani, who got Reddick to pop out on a bunt attempt, and then they intentionally walked Gattis.
Gonzalez struck out against Tony Watson back in the 5th, and he had huge swings in all 3 of the hacks. Trying to do a little bit too much. He wants to now cut his swing down, see if he can't deliver a key hit for Houston. But boy, when he faced Watson back in the 5th, he was thinking about a home run and came out of his shoes and struck out.
Gurriel and Gattis aboard. And a fastball for a strike. Houston had an opportunity in the 6th inning to pad its lead. As you take a look at that first pitch fastball strike again. They had runners at first and second with 1 away. Brandon Morrow got 2 huge punch outs of arguably the 2 best hitters in the Houston lineup, Altuve and Correa, to get out of the jam. Tony Cingrani is going to try to get him out of another jam here. That's the 2nd out of the inning.
Dodgers bullpen again stepping up big tonight after a disappointing effort in game 2. But Cingrani and Watson, the 2 left-handers, have been very effective in their matchups. And that time, Cingrani wins the battle against Gonzalez.
Yeah, I want to correct my earlier statement because the Astros did score against the Dodger bullpen in the 5th. It was, however, an unearned run. So here's McCann now. He has 2 singles and an RBI to his credit. He's got a chance to get that run back after a wild pitch cost the Astros a run earlier tonight. 0-1 to McCann.
Well, this is a big situation for Cingrani when you look ahead to the top of the 8th. It's Seager, Turner, and Bellinger for the Dodgers.
quick throw down to second, not in time to catch Gurriel. Yeah, at some point, and you start thinking about diminishing odds, and the Dodgers have been able to wiggle themselves out of jams. And so far in this game, they've stranded 8 Astros base runners. McCann bounces one to first. Bellinger knocks it down. No play, and that loads the bases.
Bellinger, such a sure-handed first baseman. Looked like he asked Chase Utley if he had a chance to make a play. Bellinger going to his right, got a glove on it, couldn't field it cleanly. He's got a good glove, but dives for it, goes off his glove, and McCann is safe. Bases are loaded now for George Springer.
Scored that as McCann's 3rd hit of the game. And Springer has an opportunity to ice down this lead. Here comes Dave Roberts, and I don't think Cingrani's going to have a chance to face George Springer. No move yet.
Interesting. They're talking. Stripling is up and throwing now. He makes the call as Cingrani is out of the game.
The 5th Dodger reliever on his way into the game in the biggest situation of the night. We'll be right back. Video reminder that the Astros have had traffic on the base paths all night long. Ross Stripling will try to close out a tough situation here in the 7th with the bases loaded and 2 gone. Stripling appeared in game 2, faced 1 batter, walked him, and that was that. He doesn't have any wiggle room with George Springer as he's on in relief of that man Tony Cingrani. Stripling, the third Dodger pitcher to work this inning alone. As you take a look at Springer's resume with the sacks, full a robust .321 career average. A ball and no strikes. Make it 2-0 as he misses with another slider.
Stripling walked Marwin Gonzalez on 4 pitches, the only batter he faced in this series. That was in the 7th inning of game 2. And he calls out his catcher, Yasmani Grandal. But both of those pitches, breaking balls, been off the plate.
Two balls and no strikes to Springer, who has doubled and reached on an error tonight. Swing and a high fly ball slicing toward the corner. Puig in pursuit. He would have jumped in there if he could have, by the way.
He put his foot up on that railing down there thinking, if I got a shot, I'm going to catch this thing. But Puig got over there very quickly and the ball sailed out of play, well back into the seats. But watch how he pursues this and puts a foot up on the railing saying, you know what, if I have to, I'm going to go in there and catch it.
Get out of the way, fans. Puig coming in hot. 2 balls and a strike to Springer. Swing and a high fly ball to deep center field. Taylor back, still going back, makes the catch at the wall. The Astros have stranded 11 tonight. Ross Stripling wiggles off a bases loaded hook to keep it just a 2-run game. To the 8th, still 5-3 Houston. Well, with the bases loaded, George Springer put a charge into a baseball that almost blew the roof off of this place. He hit it to the deepest part of the park, 409, dead central. Thought he had it. Fell just short.
They're trying to go upstairs with the fastball, and they missed down and away. Taylor, with his back up against the fence in center, makes the catch. You can see the disappointment among the Astros fans saying, man, I can't believe it.
So-
And even on the bench, they thought he got it. Everybody's standing at the top of the railing thinking it's going to be a grand slam, but it dies in the glove of Chris Taylor out in deep center field.
Should we send somebody to check on that guy in center field? Corey Seager leads things off in the Dodgers half of the 8th, and if you're an LA fan, you're thinking you have just been walking a thin line tonight. They're somehow still just 2 runs away from pulling even. 11 base runners left stranded by the Astros, and that'll all be forgotten if Houston wins this game, and it appears that fella's okay out there, so that's a good having some kind of a medical incident. Yeah, okay, they're fine, they're okay.
It's been that kind of series so far.
1-1 from Brad Peacock, who continues 1-2 on Corey Seager now. Peacock came on in relief of Lance McCullers in the 6th inning. He has yet to allow a hit. He's walked a batter. Got him swinging. That's when 92 feels like 102.
Big first out here in the 8th for Peacock. And boy, he's really stepped it up. He gave up an RBI ground out to the first batter, Puig, when he came into the game in the 6th, but he gets a big strikeout to start the 8th.
Boy, Dave Roberts was telling us before the game that when Corey Seager can stay in the strike zone, he's awfully good. He expanded there and chased a pitch up around the eyes that he couldn't catch up to. Here's Justin Turner now. He's doubled and scored tonight. After Justin Turner homered in Game 1 against Dallas Keuchel, and we documented how he went back to the bat rack and grabbed a shillelagh that was 2 pounds lighter. I'm wondering, it doesn't look like he's changed his bat between the 6th inning and this at-bat. And Turner did end up doubling in the 6th, so if it ain't broke, why fix it? But earlier in the night, he was just a tick behind Lance McCullers. I get it, this is a different assignment, and he has had some success tonight against Peacock, but I thought there might be a bat change in him this evening earlier, and there hasn't.
Well, he got that double off of McCullers in the 6th, and he got a breaking ball on the inner half of the plate and ripped it down into the left field corner.
2-0 pitch is popped up. For out number 2.
What a job by Brad Peacock. Getting Seager and Turner here to start the top of the 8th.
Will Harris and Chris Davinsky are up. I would imagine at some point Ken Giles will get to his feet here. And now it's Cody Bellinger, who really had a rough night against Lance McCullers with 3 strikeouts. As good as Peacock's been, Bellinger's happy to see anybody but McCullers out there.
Struck out 3 times on 10 pitches, all curveballs. The 3 strikeouts. There's the curveball down and in. That was in the 2nd. Strikeout in the 4th. That one may be the biggest strikeout of the game, with runners at 2nd and 3rd. First out of the inning in the 6th.
Got him inner half again with 95.
He's really in between now. He hasn't made up his mind what he wants to hit.
just fighting to stay alive.
Yeah, very awkward swing, very flat-footed, just trying to protect to make contact. You know he's got to be thinking they're going to throw me another breaking ball because I've been chasing it all night, and he was late on the fastball.
A ball and 2 strikes to Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, he's carrying his hands with him now as he strides toward the pitcher. He's got to separate his hands, push his hands back when that front foot goes forward. But right now he's dragging his hands forward toward the pitcher.
Full count now, 3-2.
Boy, Bellinger at home plate just trying to regroup. Stepped out of the batter's box, gathering his thoughts.
To come back from an 0-2 count here to draw base on balls would be a huge win for Cody Bellinger, considering he's 0 for 10 with 6 strikeouts in World Series play. And he wants time again. When the Astros bat in their half of the 8th inning, they'll have Bregman, Altuve, and Correa. Three and 2 to Cody Bellinger.
You know, it's interesting. The Dodgers had 6 runs on 5 hits in Game 2. They have 3 runs on 4 hits. The Astros have really neutralized the Dodger bats.
LA scored without a base hit in the 3rd, 2 walks and then a double play ball. An RBI ground out and a wild pitch scored 2 runs in the 6th. Here's the next 3-2 pitch home from Peacock to Bellinger. Got him again. The 2 rookie home run phenoms in Major League Baseball, each responsible for a 4-strikeout postseason game. Aaron Judge of the Yankees and Cody Bellinger of the Dodgers. Jose Altuve bats second as we go to the last of the 8th in a still 2-run game.
The Astros have the lead 5-3, but they have plenty of opportunities. This is in the 6th inning with 2 aboard. Brandon Morrow strikes out Jose Altuve on 3 pitches, 3-gauge sliders. Then he jumps ahead of Correa with 2 good fastballs and strikes him out with a slider as well. The Astros have the lead, but they're 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position, and they've stranded 11. George Springer makes a bid for a grand slam, but the ball dies on the warning track in center field. They have the lead, but it could be a much different story had they come up with a few key hits.
Ross Stripling will continue here in the last of the 8th inning. It'll be Bregman, Altuve, and Correa here for the Astros. That story, the stranded base runners and the missed opportunities, will appear in the very, very fine print in the game recap should the Astros win Game 3. Bregman socks a fly ball the other way out to right center field. Yasiel Puig has it, and there's 1 gone to start the 8th. When LA bats in the top of the 9th inning, they'll have Puig, Utley, and Grandal. And the last time we checked in on the Houston bullpen, Ken Giles was not up, and in fact at this juncture nobody's up.
That's really interesting. Normally in a situation like this, you get your closer up, he'd start to throw here, especially with 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th.
Here's Jose Altuve now with 1 away. Got to say, you know, nobody has shown the ability to straighten up Brad Peacock. And in this day and age, when everything seems to operate in such a push-button manner, you have to go to your closer in the 9th, blah, blah, blah. It appears that A.J. Hinch is on the verge of playing a feel and a hunch.
Yeah, and that's really commendable. And why change when Peacock has been so dominant? He gets Seager, Turner, and Bellinger in order. In the top of the 8th. Nobody's throwing for the Astros, so it makes you think they're going to give Peacock a chance for that 4-out save situation, 4-inning save. He's been great.
Boy, that seems to be working for the Astros this postseason. Thinking back to McCullers with a 4-inning save on behalf of Charlie Morton, and he's about to have somebody pay it back to him tonight. Oh, Altuve behind a ball and 2 strikes now.
Both of these teams are so heavy into the analytics, and like you say, 8th inning, 9th inning, go to the closer, and A.J. Hinch told us he would use Giles for 1 inning and only 1 inning. But obviously Brad Peacock has impacted the manager with 3 strong innings of relief. Sometimes you just got to trust your eyes.
Grandal sets up way inside of Altuve, who lays off that high fastball. Want to finish the 9th? Okay.
Yeah, how you feel? I got this, Skip. I got this. And look at everybody patting him on the back. Say, go get him, man. Terrific.
2 balls and 2 strikes to the batting champ, the 5-time All-Star Jose Altuve. 1 for 4 tonight. Got him looking. With 2 gone and the base is empty here in the 8th, let's take a look back at our Pepsi play of the game tonight. Yuli Gurriel keyed the 4-run rally in the 2nd with a leadoff home run. He has since added a double. And ever since that 4-run strike in the 2nd, the Astros have not trailed tonight. Here's Carlos Correa now. Now Correa almost inconceivably the only Astro to not reach base tonight. There's a base hit back up the middle. Can't keep a good man down.
Again, the Astros with double-digit hits After getting off to a slow start, they have ratcheted up their offense dramatically.
Well, here's Yuli Gurriel, and if Ross Stripling throws him a first pitch fastball for a strike, I will eat my hat.
He's hard charging, trying to ambush that first pitch fastball.
A notorious count jumper. It's a breaking ball in for a strike. Gurriel had been only 1 for 7 so far in the series before coming out of it in a big way tonight with a pair of extra base hits, including a homer. Another slider, that one swung on and missed. If I were to tell you that the Astros are an inning away from taking a 2-1 World Series advantage and Jose Altuve would be kept at a 2 for 15, you'd probably think I got something wrong in there.
But the beauty of this Astros lineup is, as good as Altuve is, they don't need him to carry the entire offense. They got a long, deep lineup. Lots of good hitters, lefties, righties. They have a good mix in this batting order.
Correction on Altuve, 3 for 15. Still not the kind of damage you're used to seeing from him. It's 0-2 on Gurriel. Chopper to second base. Utley will take care of it, and the Dodgers are down to their last sets of swings tonight. To the top of the 9th inning, Brad Peacock will have a chance to finish the night in a 5-3 Astros lead. The Roberto Clemente Award is presented annually, named in honor of Pirates Hall of Fame outfielder Roberto Clemente, to the Major League Baseball player who best represents the game through extraordinary character, community involvement, philanthropy, and positive contributions on and off the field. Congratulations to today's winner. Anthony Rizzo wins the 2017 Clemente Award for his charitable work, a survivor of Hodgkin lymphoma early in his career. Anthony wins the Clemente Award in part because of his establishing the Rizzo Family Foundation that supports children battling cancer. Congratulations to Anthony on a well-deserved honor. Well, here we go. Top half of the 9th inning. The Dodgers offer Puig, Utley, and Grandal, and Brad Peacock, who has never saved a game in the big leagues, postseason, regular season, or otherwise, is being given that opportunity here in big stakes. First pitch to Puig is in for a strike.
This is the 5th appearance, and it's interesting. It's not Giles down in the bullpen. It's Will Harris loosening up.
Oh, 0-1 to Puig, who has a single and an RBI tonight.
Brad Peacock pitched after Verlander had 7 strong innings in Game 6 of the LCS against the Yankees. He gave up a home run to Aaron Judge in the 8th, the only run the Yankees scored in that game.
Only one other player has recorded a save in a World Series game of more than 3 innings since 1981, and that was Madison Bumgarner. His amazing Game 7 against the Royals. Peacock in front, 1-2.
What a tremendous show of confidence that A.J. Hinch is giving Brad Peacock in this game. And A.J. Hinch gets criticized a lot for going by all the analytics, but right now he is making the move with what he has seen from Brad Peacock in this performance tonight, discounting the numbers.
Got him swinging.
Big breaking ball, and Puig strikes out. Peacock with 4 strikeouts since coming into the game. Came into the game with 1 out in the 6th.
Chase Utley now with 1 out and the base is empty. Three hitless innings of relief from Brad Peacock so far. You know, Peacock is a bit of a redemption story in his own right. At the age of 29, the guy who after his first 2 years with the Astros had a career ERA of 5, whose stock seemed to be dropping. Spent almost the entire 2015 season in the minors. Made only 10 appearances with the big league team last year, but in 2017, particularly from the All-Star break on, became one of the most important members of the Astros staff. Utley behind 0-2.
Peacock was 13-2 during the regular season for Houston. He made 21 starts and pitched to a 3.00 earned run average. He had a great season.
To Chase Utley. Yasmani Grandal waits on deck. You know, in stark contrast to the other side of the scorecard, the Dodgers just haven't had that many opportunities tonight. 3 runs on 4 hits. 3 runners left stranded as opposed to 11 for Houston. Actually make that 12 stranded by the Astros tonight. Back to Peacock. And the Astros are an out away from taking a 2-1 advantage. Final opportunity lies with Yasmani Grandal, who flied out to left on the first pitch he saw from Peacock in the 7th. 43,282 at Minute Maid Park tonight. Representing a community in need of some good news.
This crowd has been standing most of the night. This would be their first World Series win here in Houston.
Swept in 05 by the White Sox. And it's 0-2 to Yasmani Grandal. The great Hall of Famer Nolan Ryan, who's been in attendance throughout the postseason. Tomorrow for Game 4, same start time. Alex Wood for the Dodgers, Charlie Morton for Houston. Whoa, just missed with a breaking ball.
Just missed outside that slider, working its way back to the corner, but didn't get there.
That's a tough take. Whoa. So it's a 2 balls and 2 strikes rather to Grandal. Jock Peterson waits on deck should Grandal be able to keep the game alive. Key play earlier tonight when Yasiel Puig was thrown out at second base after not realizing that there was an extra base hit in play.
He too didn't back up a defensive play that allowed Reddick to score from first base on an infield single in an error.
The next 2-2. And Grandal sends a fly ball into the corner. That one's going to get into the seats as well. And Grandal giving Peacock a pretty good battle here, representing the final chance for LA tonight.
Grandal's putting up quite a fight. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat.
Grandal swings and sends a high fly ball to right field. Reddick's got it. And the Astros win Game 3. Houston stays perfect at home this postseason. They take a 2-1 advantage.
Brad Peacock retired 11 of 12 that he faced, yielding just a walk with 2 outs to Ethier in the 7th. The Astros now have outscored their opponents 36-10 in 7 wins here at home during the postseason.
You could feel the momentum in the series shift in Los Angeles in Game 2 when the Astros won it in extra innings. They keep momentum on their side in Game 3 with a home win tonight. 5-3 the final score at Minute Maid Park.
Everybody in the Astros lineup reached base with a hit or a walk, contributing with runs scored. Bottom of the order doing a terrific job. Gaddis, Gonzalez, Brian McCann had 3 hits. Everybody making a contribution offensively. And how about 2 pitchers, McCullers and Brad Peacock, finishing off the Dodgers tonight.
5-3 Astros the final score tonight. Do join us Saturday 8 Eastern as the probables tomorrow night are Alex Wood for LA, Charlie Morton for Houston. A 5-3 win for the Astros tonight for Buck Martinez and our entire crew. This is Matt Vasgersian saying goodnight from Minute Maid Park. The Astros take a 2-1 advantage in the 2017 World Series. Thanks for watching MLB International's special presentation of the Fall Classic. We'll see you tomorrow night.